You found my name in the rain on the porch. I kept it small like a pin in a glove. Your shadow leaned on the apple crate step, and the clock in the hall would not answer us. Stay a little while, stay a little near. Your breath on my cheek like a borrowed fear. Dance me slow, paper moon lace. Hold my hand in a stranger place. Hold my hand, sweet and still we could disappear. Dance me slow and leave me here. Your collar was white, but your eyes were bold, like a key in a jar with a secret hold. I heard the boards count softly our feet, and the room grew thin as a candle leaf. Stay a little while, stay a little near. Your breath on my cheek like a borrowed fear. Dance me slow, paper moon lace. Hold my hand in a stranger place. Hold my hand, sweet and still we could disappear. Dance me slow and leave me here.
Good morning. How are you guys? We are back with another week of testimony, and I have to confess it's going to be just as much of a surprise to me as it might be to you. This morning I did not watch ahead. I slept in, y'all. Overslept. So I didn't have an opportunity to really listen to the testimony yet. So I'm not even I can't give y'all a heads up. So we just gonna, see what happens. But thank you guys so very much for being here. I am happy to see all of you guys. I did want to say something really quickly before I forget. I was asked in the comments of another video I did what the name of the intro song was, and I couldn't remember it. It's Paper Moon Lace. That's the name of it. It's an AI created song. It's an AI generated song. But I went to the the AI music generator, and what I really wanted, obviously, because this is sort of like a play on the Welcome to Derry opening, which is very difficult to do. I did not even come close. It's good. I'm at the good enough stage. I had to just put it out, but now I understand it better. Anywho, how you put it together. But anyway. I wanted, because they use Patience and Prudence, a smile and a ribbon. And Patience and Prudence, if you guys don't know, the court's on a break right now. So we got time to just chit chat for a second before we get into all of what's happening today. But if you don't know, Patience and Prudence were two teenagers, young teenagers, when they got a record deal. And it's the offset, the dichotomy in the youthfulness of their voices and the lyrics that they are singing. And that's why it was chosen for that specific song, or that specific song was chosen for that opening credit scene for it, Welcome to Derry. And also Patience and Prudence, their more widely known song is Tonight You Belong to Me. And that's been featured in a ton of stuff, but something that you might know just because of this audience is American Horror Story Season 1 Murder House. So, but that's what I was going for. So if you go to the Googles and you search how to describe their music, right, and you put that in to the AI music generator, this is what you'll get. And then I tweaked it. That's not how it came out of the AI generator. I did some things to it. Anyway, that's the story. Not that you guys needed to know that, but I am all my synapses are not firing today. I'm going to tell you that right now because I overslept. It hasn't been long enough for the coffee and the 5-hour energy to meld and make me be able to focus. So I'm kind of a little all over the place. I apologize for that. It's part of the magic that is me. I've accepted it. I try to control it as best I can. All right. So we're going to get into today's testimony. I'm not sure who's going to be called to the stand first, and I don't even know why they're on the break that they are because it's 10:30 local time, and they don't usually take their break till 11. Maybe they took it early. I don't know, but we're going to find out. So let's get into it. Are y'all ready? Here we go. Now, if you have forgotten, one of the last things that we were left with Thursday before the court took a 3-day weekend was the prosecutors were requesting the visitor logs from who's been visiting Lindsay where she's being held awaiting trial at the jail. Okay. And mainly who they're interested in is the psychiatrist, Dr. Zeisel. And they want to, because he's going to be called. He is a defense. If the defense puts on a case, I mean, they have a witness list. They've alluded to putting on witnesses, but that is subject to change. I mean, they could, at the end of the state presenting their evidence, they could feel like the state didn't prove their case and they're going to leave it like it is. They're not required to present a case. So also, just while we're waiting for them to start, I would like to say, please send some love to Tess Mack, my friend in Maud, just for family stuff. Just send her some love. She needs it.
Anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting in Plymouth, within and for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
Well, good morning, everyone. Nice to see everyone. I hope everybody had a chance to kind of rest up a little bit and come back here, and we're going to get right back to the trial. So I want to do first, ask you those questions since we had a long break, and then talk a little bit about the schedule and kind of today's schedule and kind of where we go from here. So first question, as you know, has any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror? Next question, is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention at this time? Again, thank you so much for following those instructions. Today's schedule is that it may be kind of a little bit stop and start. Okay, so kind of bear with us on that. Might be a couple times you got to take a break just after a short amount of time, and then we'll bring you back in. It's just the nature of cases at this point. It's anticipated that the Commonwealth will close their portion of the evidence today. All right. Then
What? Did y'all hear that? Obviously, you guys heard that. You're listening. That he did say that is anticipated the Commonwealth is going to close their case. Rest their case, not close. Rest.
And at that point, the defendant has the opportunity, if they want to present witnesses and evidence if they want to. But remember, they don't have to. The burden of proof is always on the Commonwealth. All right. If the defendant offers evidence, then the Commonwealth is then given the opportunity to offer rebuttal evidence. All right, and so that's kind of the next phase that we're about to go into after the Commonwealth rests. And I'll go into a little bit more kind of how that goes, but I just kind of wanted you to kind of see where we are.
So if that's the case, if the Commonwealth intends to rest today, then that means we're going to be hearing from their experts. I cannot imagine a scenario where we would not hear from their experts, which would be psychologists and psychiatrists, and or it might be both, it might be one or the other. I'm not sure yet. But so that's going to be really, I think, important testimony, probably the single most important testimony, the single most important witnesses that the Commonwealth can put on the stand, really.
Where everything's going to fit procedurally as we go forward from here. So with that, we're going to return to the Commonwealth's case, and Attorney Sprague.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth calls Ian Whiffen.
Good morning, everyone just joining us. Welcome in. You haven't missed anything. This is the Commonwealth's first witness. The only thing that you've missed is that it is the potential intention for the Commonwealth to rest today.
All right. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
All right. Attorney Sprague, please.
So with that being said, if you have friends, if you're in Discords, you have a YouTube, all the things, other social media, and you know people that are following the case and you think they would have a good time over here at the ward, we'd love to have them. Share this out. Let them know, hey, this is a big day. The state, or the Commonwealth, I should say, let me use their parlance, shout out Mr. Alessi, intends to potentially rest today. All right, here we go.
You. Good morning. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, it's Ian Whiffen. IANWHIFFIN.
Where do you work?
Cellbrite.
What is Celebrate?
Cellbrite is a digital intelligence company working in the digital forensics field.
Hold the phone, back the milk truck up. Did we not have his testimony from the Karen Reed trial? Because he looks and sounds quite familiar. Am I making things up in my brain again? Shamina, thank you so much for the jewels and the goat trophy. I appreciate it. I do love a goat. I love anything that goes around and headbutts things just for the hell of it. Oof. Goats and hippos, they're my faves. All right, here we go.
And how long have you worked there?
Since 2020.
What is your role at Celebrate?
I'm currently a customer engagement manager.
What does that mean?
I work with customers, helping users of our tools to understand the digital evidence that they're finding and presenting.
And what does digital evidence consist of?
Any information which is extracted from a cell phone, primarily, or from a computer, which can be interpreted by the examiner and presented as evidence. It could be call history, messages, location data, media, anything that you can find from a digital device.
And could you just briefly describe your educational and training background that qualifies you to do this work?
Yeah, I've worked in IT for many years. In 2013, I began my career within Calgary Police Service in Canada as a digital forensics examiner. That was after spending approximately 9 or 10 years working as a patrol officer in the UK and in Canada. As part of my role as a digital forensics examiner within the Calgary Police, I went on numerous training courses. The Canadian Police College, they did an introductory course into digital forensics, and then further courses focusing on mobile data provided by some vendors, such as Blacklight or Cellbrite at the time, as well as further courses presented by the Canadian Police College, specifically about cell phones.
And Celebrate, the software produced by Celebrite, is that software used to extract and analyze data from cell phones and computers?
Yes, there are several tools within our catalog. One of them is designed to extract as much data as possible from a cell phone. And then one of the other tools is designed to take that extracted data, decode it, decrypt it, make sense of it, and provide it to the user in a way which can be searched, filtered, organized, reported, and presented.
Does Celebrite's ability to access cell phone data continually change based on improvements that are done to the phones themselves?
Yes, there's constantly changes being made to devices which make it difficult to extract the data. There are changes being made to the software that means that the data that we extract is now different to the data that we extracted previously. A new feature, for example, or a change that's made by the software developer. So we're constantly changing our software to be able to extract that data and to decode more data.
Were you asked to locate Apple Health data and other information that could be relevant to the investigation of an incident that occurred at 47 Summer Street in Duxbury on January 24th, 2023?
I was, yes.
And what is Apple Health data?
Apple Health is a component of the iOS operating system which logs sensor data from multiple locations. So there's sensors built within an iPhone that monitor steps taken, flights climbed, for example, as well as third-party devices, Apple Watches, Fitbits, any other device like that. All the information is brought into the Apple Health application, aggregated, and made available for the user to see.
Roughly how many phone extractions have you done?
Since around 2013, well over 1,000 phones.
And how many times have you done analysis on phone extractions?
The analysis is part and parcel. So of those 1,000 phones or so which I've extracted, I've done analysis on all of those phones as well.
And then you've also done analysis on extractions, like in this case where someone else did the extraction and provided the information to you and you did the analysis?
Correct, yeah. Whenever I'm helping customers or users of our tools, they may provide me with the extracted data. So the data which I'm analyzing is more than the devices I've extracted.
And have you testified previously in courts about what you've done in terms of extracting and analyzing information?
Yes, I've testified in multiple courts around the world, approximately 28 times.
Now, you received a copy of the extraction for Lindsay Clancy's iPhone 13, correct?
Correct.
And when you received that extraction, did you also want to know all the specific information about the case and the investigation?
Typically, when I'm working a case, I don't want to know a lot of detail. I'd rather come to my own conclusions based on the data that I'm viewing rather than note the intricacies of the case. All I require is an outline, the date that something happened, the time, who was involved, basic information.
And in terms of the extraction that was done on Lindsay Clancy's iPhone, that extraction, what type of extraction was it?
That's what's called a full file system extraction. It's essentially all of the data which is being extracted from the device that is still live.
And did you use specific tools to conduct your analysis?
Yes, there's the Celebrite Physical Analyzer tool created by Celebrite and also my own tooling, applications that I've been working on for several years.
All right, for those of you guys who are just joining us, Lulu, Lola, good to see you. Good to see all of you guys. I just want to let you know if you're just joining us, once I shared it out on my community tabs, to both channels. The plan for today, according to Judge Sullivan, is that the Commonwealth potentially intends to rest their case today, which means today's the day we finally hear from their expert witnesses respective to Lindsay Clancy's evaluation for her mental health. Okay. So there's that. And Maria, thank you so much for this. I kind of needed this. Friday was that took me off guard on Friday. I'm not going to lie. Maria said, good morning all. Jen, you aren't stuttering, not even a lick. You're doing a great job and we appreciate the heck out of you for showing up every day. Well, thank you very much, Maria. I appreciate that so much. And I appreciate you guys. I appreciate the heck out of y'all for showing up every single day to support me. It means the world to me. I cannot even put into words, and I appreciate it. And I'm so, so grateful. Okay. Teacup Kraken says anything he testifies to is moot when it comes to the evidence now, for me at least. Yeah, this is where I have an issue. I have a real issue with him saying that he uses his own tools, apps that he's been working on. That's a problem for me. Not because I don't think that, I mean, I don't know what he's doing back there, right? And I'm not really questioning his expertise. That's not the point. Or his, in this case, his experience, education, and training. That's what makes you an expert witness. I'm not questioning that. What I'm questioning is the methods. We have protocols in the United States about setting precedents for what's the types of testing that is, I guess is the best way to put it, that are allowed to be admissible in a court of law. Like there had to be a precedent set for DNA results to be allowed in, things like that when new technology comes around. And if you are analyzing something and you're using your quote unquote own apps, I'm no me gusta, because quite frankly, the problem that I see is the tests need to be, there needs to be a set standard like there is with other testing. There's a set standard and protocol for DNA testing. There needs to be, now that we have technology, there needs to be a set standard and protocol for digital forensics. That's how I feel. It's a problem. Oh, Shamida. Indeed. This feels a little self-promoting. I work for Cellbrite, but I'm working on some shit behind the scenes. I'm finna go rogue and be on my own. That's what it feels like. I'm not going to lie. Teacup, I get it. Shamida, I see what you say, but I'm not going to highlight it because, but I can't wait.
So you've actually made your own tools that allow you to examine phone extractions?
Correct. There's some tools that I've been working on since prior to joining Cellbrite. Tools that as an examiner, I decided that I needed to create for myself and make available to others. And I still use those tools to this day.
And these tools that you used, are those the tools that allow you to examine and categorize the information, the data that you find in the extraction?
Yes, the primary point of the tool is to go into the data, decode it, provide it in a way which is easy to filter and search, but also additional tools there that allow you to dig into the data and look at the raw information, the databases, the files, all of the raw information, which is what our tools initially decode.
And did you focus in on a particular time frame when looking at the data on the defendant's iPhone?
Primarily, I knew that the date of the incident was 24th of January 2023, so that was the main focus of my analysis. But some of the data I was aware could be from further afield than that, so I took a look of, I think it was around 3 weeks before that, so early January to late January.
Were you able to look at the health data on January 24th, 2023 that was in the defendant's phone extraction?
I was, yes.
And what is health data? And how does it show up on a phone?
The user of the phone would be able to access the health data via the health application, where the information is broken down to explain how many steps have been taken over a particular period of time, the approximate distance that was traveled, the number of stair flights that were climbed. That data is stored on the device itself in a database. So as a forensic examiner, I can take a look at that database in its raw form, and understand exactly where that information is coming from, and present it to the user of our forensic tools in a slightly more forensic-friendly method than the user of the application on the phone would see.
Showing you on the screen here, page 4 of your report. Looking here, we have a section.
I have this weird feeling that we're going to get some explanation akin to the from the like the Karen Reed trial with the butt dial and the Google search and the searches hose long to die in snow. This, it's not that I have an issue with this type of examination, right? It's people, your phone is tracking you all the days. All right. If anybody's going to snitch you out, it's going to be your phone. That's it. That's all. But it's the way that this is done that I have, by this witness specifically, that I have a strong objection to. But let me just voice my strong objection. It's noted for the record. I'm climbing right back on the objectivity wagon. Here we go.
Section here, heart rate data, is that correct?
Correct.
And you're able to see here, what can you tell about the heart rate data from the extraction?
So heart rate data comes from wearing an Apple Watch or a similar device, not from the phone itself. In the case of this phone, there was an Apple Watch paired to the device, and all of the heart rate data, which is recorded periodically throughout the day, is stored within the health database.
And what was the name associated with the Apple Watch?
So as it says in the third paragraph down, the Apple Watch itself was called Lindsay's Apple Watch.
And here in the report, you're able to show the recorded heart rates throughout the day. How is the heart rate recorded and sent to the phone?
There are sensors on the Apple Watch itself on the rear, which periodically check the heart rate at any given time, and that information is sent to the phone via Bluetooth.
And are you aware of how often an iWatch will record the data and report it to an iPhone?
The actual cadence at which the watch is checking would depend on what the user's doing. So if you were in the middle of a workout, it would be a lot more consistent than just periodically throughout the day. And I actually don't know how often it is throughout the day. If you're not doing any particular workout, there doesn't seem to be a set cadence. Every device I've looked at, it's slightly different.
I'm showing you page 5 of your report, this database of the heart rates. For example, on several locations, there'll be a heart rate report, maybe a few seconds in between them, and others there's 7 or 8 minutes in between the heart rate report. Is that what you're talking about, how it varies depending on what you're doing at that point in time?
Yes, this is typical from what you see when you look at the database. The timestamps are never consistently at a recognizable cadence.
And the highlights in green, what do those represent?
So I actually tried to just highlight some of the high points for the day. I realized a few days ago while reviewing this, there was records there that show a high of 123 and 122, which I had not highlighted.
And that's right there, right below, right
Correct.
around 1146.
Yes.
And what was the last time a heart rate was reported from the watch to the defendant's phone?
So the last heart rate recorded was at 17:23:52, so 23 minutes past 5 in the afternoon, with a heart rate of 57 beats per minute.
What was the average heart rate for the day for the defendant's phone?
There was a range of heart rates going between as low as, I believe, around 50 and as high as around 122. On average, it was around high 80s, early 90s.
And so at 5:23 p.m., the last recording of her heart rate was 57?
Correct.
And there aren't any further heart rates reported to the phone after that point, correct?
That's correct.
And what are some of the reasons why a watch would no longer be reporting a heart rate to the phone?
If the watch was taken off, if the watch was turned off,
If the battery died?
the battery was dead, yes.
You also mentioned flight climb data. What is that?
Flight climb is information which the Apple Health application stores every time it detects that you walk up a flight of stairs. So a flight of stairs would be considered either a 3-meter or 10-foot incline over 16 steps. So the device has detected that both the altitude has changed by 10 feet and there were steps being walked at the same time.
So there's two factors being considered there: the steps that your watch monitors as you walk, and then the altitude. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what is it? Is it GPS or something that's keeping track of your altitude?
The altitude is being monitored by a barometer or an altimeter, which is inside the device, just measuring for differences in air pressure.
And this information, the flight climb data, can that be monitored by both a watch and your phone if you have it on you?
It is. Both devices have got the barometers built in. Both devices can monitor flight climb events.
Can anything simulate or kind of fake out the watch or the phone into thinking that a flight of stairs is being climbed when it's not?
There are some circumstances where that can happen. They're typically quite rare, but it can happen.
Is an example of that being in a car and going up a hill?
Correct, yes. If there is movement which the device can mistake for steps at the same time as the incline is being driven, then that could accidentally record a flight climb.
But if a person's not in a car and is in their home, then it would be flights climbed, not hills being driven, correct?
Correct. If the person is in a house and there are flight climbs being recorded, then the only rational explanation is that the person was climbing stairs.
How is the data in terms of flight climb data, how is that data displayed? Or in the health data itself?
Within the application or within the forensic tool?
Within the forensic tool.
Okay. So within the forensic tool, we break down, or within Physical Analyzer, we break down the health data into hour segments. So for an hour, we may say that there are 3 flight climbs. And then it's up to the user to dig in a little further. They can select that 1 hour and then see how that activity breaks down over the hour. So you would see that there were 2 flight climbs that occurred 10 minutes after the hour, and then another flight climb occurred later on.
So showing you page 6 of your report here. The top box here, is that showing the general hour data where 3 flights have been climbed?
Correct. So in this case, the user is looking at a time period between 10 a.m. and 11 a.m. And the health data that's been pulled from the database has been aggregated. And it tells you that there's 98 samples being considered. The maximum heart rate during that hour-long period was 108. The distance traveled was approximately 759 meters. And there were 5 flights climbed within that hour.
And then below that, you break that down a little further, correct?
Correct. So this is further down the screen in the interface, where we can see actual time of 10:17:27, where there's 2 flights climbed. And again, another record at 10:17:28, where there were 2 flights climbed, and then a further flight climb at 10:49.
And then going down to the bottom here, this table, what are we seeing here in this table?
So you may have realized in the slide above where there was 2 flight climbs at 17 seconds past and 2 flight climbs at 18 seconds past. That's an unrealistic measurement. It's because one of those measurements comes from the phone and one comes from the watch. This table breaks it down to say which of these records came from the watch and which came from the phone, because there are some which overlap.
So what you're saying is the prior table showed the 4 flights of stairs being climbed at the same time within seconds, which isn't rational. But this breaks it down to show some of that data is coming from the watch and some of it's coming from the phone, correct?
Correct. So if we look at records 4 and 5 here, for example, we can see a start time of 10:17:27.
Can we look at the records camera operator, please? I mean, there's a reason why it's displayed. Can we see it?
And an end time of 10:27:06, where the watch recorded 2 flight climbs. And then 1 second later, a start time, and 2 seconds later for the end time, we see the watch also detected 2 flight climbs. This is just the same 2 flight climb events that happened, but both devices recorded those flight climbs with slightly different timestamps.
And that will happen if I'm wearing my watch and I have my phone in my pocket and I go up the stairs?
That's correct.
Did you do something to compare these times and make a table where where you ignored or disregarded the double entries?
I did. I tried to correlate and discard all of the duplicate information. So where there was an event of a flight climb that was recorded on the watch and the phone, rather than provide information that said there was 2 flight climbs, I would ignore one of them and limit it to just the ones which we could prove happened.
And that's displayed here in this chart at the bottom of page 7 of your report?
Correct.
Going to page 8 of your report, we have here at the
Good morning, Jonah's mom. Bindi, I just wanted to let you know I really enjoyed I think your Sarah Boone video. I was watching it at midnight laughing hysterically. Good. I'm so glad you enjoyed that. Good morning, Sarah. I overslept as well. So we're all on the struggle bus. Yeah, Tess. Oh boy, this guy. For real. There's Tess Mac. Show her some love in the chat if you would. We're thinking of you, Tess. We're just showing you love just because you need it. Okay? That's all I'm saying. Here we go.
top of page 8.
Oh, good. Thank you, camera person. Can we see these? Oh,
Does that
Lord.
show,
Here we go.
the last flight climbs recorded on either the defendant's phone or watch?
It does. It shows that there was additional flight climb events logged by the phone, which were not logged by the watch, at 17:03 and 17:33.
So these records indicate that at 5:03 p.m., the defendant's iPhone was with the person as it went up the stairs, and then at 5:33 p.m., the iPhone was with the person as it went up the 2 flights of stairs.
Correct.
And there's a time difference there. The start time is 5:33 p.m. and the end time is 5:38 p.m. For 2 flights of stairs. So that's roughly 5 minutes in between the 2 flights. Is there a way to explain that length of time?
The way the Apple Health data records this information, aggregates it, it tries to group events together. So in this case, it would have recognized that there was a flight climb on the phone at around 17:33:34 and a second one at around 17:38:33, and it just grouped them both into one event. It doesn't mean that it took 5 minutes to walk up 2 flights of stairs. It's just within that 5-minute period, there were 2 flight climbs.
So if I have my phone in my pocket and I climb up a flight of stairs and then I spend a few minutes on that floor, and then still with my phone in my pocket go up another flight of stairs, that's representative of what we're seeing here at 5:33?
Correct. There tends to be around a 10-minute window where it tries to check every 10 minutes, but it can reduce that window in a case like this where it sees that there's group data within a smaller time period.
And then further down on page 8, we have another table here, which seems to have combined data of heart rate and flight climb data. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did you also look at web usage on the extraction of the defendant's phone?
I did, yes.
And what did you do to look at the web usage on the phone, and what time frame did you look at?
For web usage, I expanded the time of interest to early January to the 24th of January, and just took a look at any web history over that time. There was over 1,300 records recovered. I took a cursory look down that list and highlighted some which potentially were relevant to the case, and then provided the 1,300 actual records as a appendix report.
And going to page 12 of your report, looks like you started here on January 10th, 2023, is that correct?
That's correct.
And basically here you list various searches that occurred on each day between January 10th and January 24th from the extraction, is that correct?
That's correct. Broken down by day with the time of the search, the website that was visited, the title of the web page, and then the identifier in the database.
And looking at these searches, on January 12th, 2023, at 19:48, so that would be 7:48 p.m., is that correct?
Correct.
There was a search. In the title it says, "How quickly does Wellbutrin work for depression?" Is that the title? Is that what the user is putting into the search?
If I could see the search, please.
I'll zoom in on that.
Yeah, so the top entry here we can see starts with https www.google.com/search !Q. The text after the Q, how quickly does Wellbutrin work, is what the user searched. Typically that is exactly as the user typed it, assuming that there are no auto-completions in place. In this particular case, it appears it was searched using Safari, so there's no auto-completion. That is essentially what the user typed in. And then the title, how quickly does I can't say that word, I'm afraid. Wellbutrin, thank you. Work for depression, Google search, is the title of the page which Google assigns.
So where it says after the Q, how plus, quickly plus, does plus, the user's not putting in those pluses, correct? Is that, what were you calling those?
So that's part of the attribute. It's how the data is encoded in a URL or in a web search. You can't have spaces within this address string, so they replace the spaces with the plus symbol.
So I type in how quickly does, and the computer adds the pluses in the space marks?
Yes, it's URL encoding to make it safe for the browser.
And then at 7:49, there's a search for Lamictal for depression.
Yes, and depression spelled with a B at the end instead of an N, which demonstrates that this is what the user typed in rather than a page that was being visited.
And then a few minutes later at 7:55 p.m., the user typed in Elavil for depression, correct?
Correct.
And then on page 16, on January 18th, 2023, at 10:25, we have a search there, ketamine for suicidal ideation, is that correct?
Correct.
And again, that's the user typing that in.
Yeah, again, those words were typed in by the user.
And then on January 19th, 2023, on page 17 of your report, we have symptoms of postpartum psychosis searched on January 19th.
Correct.
And again, so we're looking at, this is AM, correct? 9:24 AM that was searched?
Yes, the morning.
And then 9:30 AM, there's another search for psychosis symptoms?
Yes.
Going back to that same page, page 17, at the bottom for January 24th, we have here searches for Kids Miralax at 4:02 p.m. and Takeout 3V at 4:13 p.m. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then CVS Pharmacy at 4:47 p.m. Correct?
Correct.
There was also an Apple note that you found in the records, correct?
That was.
The Apple note, in your report, it says it was created on December 22nd, 2022 at 10:23 a.m. Strike that, and then modified at 10:23 a.m. on January 23rd, 2023, correct?
Correct.
And are you able to tell what in the note was modified?
No, there's no real auditable log to look back and see how many times it's been modified over the course of its life. I was able to do some amount of recovery to see that on the day it was created, it started in a very similar way to as it's written on the 24th or 23rd of January, but the exact changes between when it first was created and the last time it was modified, we don't know.
And then you also looked at messages, correct?
Correct.
And were you able to compile the messages that were sent and received between the defendant and her mother and the defendant and her husband on January 24th, 2023?
I did, yes.
And were you able to arrange it using the tools that you use in a way that looks like you might see it on your phone?
Yeah, I tried to prepare it in a report which would be easy for any viewer to understand based on their own usage of text messaging.
So showing you page 19 of your report, what we have here is an enlarged version of what you might see on your phone, correct?
Correct.
And so is this in blue, is this Lindsay's phone?
It is. The messages in blue on the right would be outgoing. The messages in grey on the left would be incoming.
Okay. And so we have a photo being sent out from Lindsay's phone to her mother, and then a reply coming back, and that pattern goes on, correct?
Correct.
Correct. All of which is not in dispute, all of which has already been discussed ad nauseum through other witnesses. So what is the point, Commonwealth? Unless what they're getting to is proving that the text messages only came from the phone and not the Apple Watch. I don't know. I don't know what the point of this is. Quite frankly, none of this stuff is in dispute, really. I don't know if the event with the climbing of the stairs at the specific time of the stairs is the basement, what happened in the basement, a 5-minute interval, and then her ascending the stairs to go to the master bedroom. I don't know if that's what they're trying to prove. I don't know. the looking up medications, the looking up signs of postpartum psychosis, you can, first of all, if you're Googling postpartum and you type in P, it will automatically probably give you psychosis. Apple will try to guess what you're going to type next. And those results can be interpreted in different ways. You can interpret them as the Commonwealth has, which is her basically laying the groundwork for her defense. Or you can interpret it as someone who is concerned that they might be in a state of psychosis. Hey, ATS, good to see you, babe. Here's your friend Ian.
And then looking at page 22, you were able to do the same in terms of her contact with Patrick Clancy that day, correct?
I did, yes.
And so in gray, we have Patrick Clancy sending a message to Lindsay Clancy, and in blue is the response, correct?
Correct.
So for Shickles asks, good morning. What was her point of asking about faking the data by being in a car? I think that the purpose of that would be it's better if it's your witness to get all the things that can go wrong type of questions out of the way on direct, rather than it coming out during cross-examination. So I think that's the way, or that's the reason why she asked that question. Not that it happened in this case, but I think that, or even that there is a suggestion that it happened in this case, more like, here's all the ways that this can go wrong, and let's talk about it now before it, because for whatever reason, when it's disclosed on direct, it's not as damning or seemingly damning, right, as when it comes out on cross-examination. For example, when the witness that was called in the Karen Reed trial, I forget her name right now, but she looked like Professor Quirrell from Harry Potter. When she was explaining her testimony on direct examination, and then Mr. Alessi came in and explained all the ways that it went wrong on direct examination, or questioned her about it, it was damning anyway, but it made it worse because it came out on cross.
Were you, were you also able to look at the phone calls that occurred either incoming or outgoing to the defendant's phone on January 24th, 2023?
I did, yes.
Just real quick, Jonah's mom says, I really hate this. While I honestly believe Lindsay was not suffering from psychosis and it was premeditated, the Commonwealth is really making me mad because I feel they are not doing a good job. Well, brace yourself, Jonah's mom, because according to Judge Sullivan, today is the day that the Commonwealth potentially anticipates resting their case in chief. So, exactly. So this might be, I mean, if this is how they're, I don't know. Anyway, there's a hell of a lot of cleanup that's required, I think, for connecting dots for the Commonwealth that they need to do. Maybe they'll do it on rebuttal. I don't know, but there doesn't seem like enough hours left, if today is truly the day that they rest their case in chief, for them to do the amount of cleanup required. Neat said, you never want to make it look like you are hiding something jurors remember shady. Absolutely. Absolutely. I want to know what's in the box too. Because I'm nosy.
And looking at page 27 and 28 of your report, first on page 27, just looking closely at the phone, here in the report it says
Okay. Tess says, how will they do it? I don't understand, actually. I don't need, okay, so I don't know who they have lined up as far as like today goes, in what order they'll do this. But I do know that they have, I think, 4 expert witnesses listed in their witness list. And so I don't know, and I would imagine their testimony is going to be lengthy. So I cannot, I can't figure out how they're going to do this either at all. And Lulu Lola says there's no flow. There's no flow. Pen Pal John says, I did so much research on postpartum psychosis this weekend. I'm just more confused. It seems to be a very understudied phenomenon. It does. So ATS News says, yes, we get what they think happened that day, but they haven't explained a logical reason why it got there if it wasn't psychosis, in my opinion. I'm interpreting what you're saying as, because I feel like there would be no logical reason. I know what you mean, though. There's no logical reason why anybody would kill 4 children, 3 children, any children, 1 child, right? There's no logic behind that at all. And her being a good mother, frankly, is not enough for me personally. That I'm not just going to say good mothers don't kill. I mean, people can have the appearance of being a good mother, right, to the outside, and they still take the lives of their children or child. So to me, I'm not swayed by that. But I think I understand what you mean. What you mean is they have not there's no evidence about the why. You know, in other cases, there's evidence of why a person does the things that they do. And there hasn't been like a clear motive in this case. So I totally get what you're saying. Jonah's mom says, I would thank you for the super chat, baby. You didn't have to do that. I appreciate it. It's very generous. I would like to apologize to Bendy, the mods, and chat. On Friday, we had a lot of the Patrick did it conspiracy theorists here, and I let them get the best of me. And for that, I'm truly sorry. You don't have to apologize at all, Jonah's mom. Honestly, you don't. The reason we had a lot of people speaking about Patrick is because that was the title of my live. And everybody had their opinion. You had yours. And I didn't think that you did anything wrong. I didn't think you were rude at all. In fact, I thought that the chat went very, very well. I thought everybody was able to discuss their various theories and have a discussion based on each other's theories and interpretations and perceptions. I thought everybody did a great job, quite frankly. So it's been a long time since the ward has had a chat that big. We usually are pretty small over here. And so, yeah, I think everybody handled themselves with decorum and couth. All right, here we go.
2024, is that a typo? Is that supposed to be 2023?
That's meant to be 2023, yes, I apologize.
Okay. And so what we see here, can you just tell us what these columns are?
Yeah, the start time of the call, typically when it is answered by the recipient, the end time when the call's ended. The metadata is information including who the call was to or from, how long the call lasted, and then the reason that the call disconnected, and then a record ID. So if you had the database, you could go in and find this record based on the ID number.
And looking at page 28, this is the continuation of that table regarding the phone calls, is that correct?
Correct.
And so what we're seeing here is at 17:33, which would be 5:33 p.m., there's an incoming call from Patrick to Lindsay's phone. Is that correct?
Correct.
And it says duration 8 seconds. Does that, 0 seconds. Does that mean it was not answered?
In this case, it was an unanswered call.
And then at 5:34 p.m., roughly a minute later, there's an outgoing call from Lindsay's phone to Patrick's, correct?
Correct.
And that call was approximately 14 seconds?
Correct.
And then at 6:09 p.m., another incoming call from Patrick to Lindsay that went unanswered?
That's correct.
Shamina says, it's pure insanity to me that many are so focused on postpartum psychosis when all the many doctors she shopped around for all said she didn't have that. The BS conspiracies about Pat weren't introduced in trial either. You're right. They were not introduced in trial yet. They're not going to be introduced by the state. Obviously, they would be introduced by the defense, but the defense is not going to introduce them either. They're just not. That's not their theory of the case, and that's not going to be their defense. So you're right. For me personally, I felt that because I'd watched and covered with you guys the trial, and a lot of the conspiracies about Patrick came from testimony, either in my opinion, some of the testimony that the theories have been based around, I think was misheard. I felt like it was the right thing to do to try at least to mitigate any. I don't want to use the term misinformation. Misinformation implies that it's on purpose, it's intentional, it's tantamount to lying, and I don't think that's what it was. In a lot of cases, I think that people, the way that they received the testimony isn't exactly how the testimony was given. For example, the lack of fingerprints on the knife, and also the lack of Lindsay Clancy's DNA on the exercise bands. The fact of the matter is that's not what the testimony was. Her DNA was found on the ends of the exercise bands. But what made testifying about those results complicated and difficult to understand, and therefore led, I think, to misinterpretation by the people watching the trial, is that everybody that had DNA on those exercise bands are related. And in one way or another, obviously not Patrick and not Lindsay. However, those exercise bands were used on their biological children. And, shout out Miss Lakanyana for my 10th grade biology teacher. I was paying attention, even though sometimes I wasn't there. I obviously retained information. We get DNA. Half of our DNA comes from our mother and half of our DNA comes from our father. And therefore, testifying and interpreting those results made it a little bit more complicated. And so that is why I think, but I wanted to try in the only way that I knew how, hey, Harley Quinn, to mitigate that testimony. So, yeah.
You also,
Jonah's mom said, I'm going to guess that the Commonwealth is saving the forensic psychiatrist for the rebuttal case. Well, here's the thing about that. This is where I disagree. They do have 4 expert witnesses. I would think potentially that they would divide them, 2 for their case in chief and 2 for their rebuttal case. And here's why. Because of the way that Massachusetts handles a not guilty by, or how does that, not criminally responsible plea. It is the burden of the Commonwealth to prove the defendant sane. So they will have to put on a witness, an expert witness in their case in chief. The rebuttal witnesses typically are only to refute the defense's case in chief. And yes, the defense intends to call a forensic or I don't know, a psychiatrist. I don't know if he is a forensic psychiatrist, but a psychiatrist who evaluated Lindsay Clancy is going to testify to her state of mind at the time of the crime, right? Of the event, of the tragedy, whatever parlance you'd like to use to describe it. Murder. I mean, it was murder. It is what it is. That is the correct legal term. But I think that the Commonwealth must put on that type of testimony in their case in chief,
In a section
and not save it only for the rebuttal.
you call media, you have some photographs that were taken from the phone with some metadata included, correct?
Correct.
What is metadata?
Metadata is information about that photograph. It could be the device that captured it, the time that it was captured, the location, information about the lens, the lighting, etc.
And so looking at page 29 of your report, just for an example, what we have here are 3 photographs, correct?
Correct.
And the metadata for the first one shows captured at South Shore Medical Center, is that correct?
Correct.
How were you able to determine that's where that photograph was taken?
The metadata of the photo included the latitude and longitude where the image was captured. I took that latitude and longitude and looked on Google Maps to see a physical address. In this case, it came down to the South Shore Medical Center.
And then the third photo here, that shows captured at the home address on Summer Street, is that correct?
Correct.
And then you looked at device usage. What is device usage?
Device usage would relate to how the user is operating the device. So when they have it unlocked, locked, what applications being used at any particular time. Essentially anything which is not a message or a phone call or results in additional data like that.
And looking at page 32 of your report, in that device usage log, it shows that the last time the device usage was logged was at 5:13 p.m., correct?
So this table relates just to the locking and the unlocking of the device. So the last time the device was unlocked was at 17:13:16. The device was locked again around 2 minutes later at 17:15:12, and the device was not unlocked again.
And so where the device was not unlocked again after 5:16 p.m., but we have a phone call being made at 5:34 p.m., how does that happen?
There is a setting within iPhones that allow you to use a locked device to call back numbers for missed calls. So in this case, Lindsay had the missed phone call that would have shown on screen as a notification as a missed call, and without unlocking the device, you're able to call that person back.
Harley Quinn says, in my opinion, I feel like mistrial is going to happen. What do you guys think? I will say this. Mistrials are actually a hung jury is a very rare occurrence in trials, right? But it does happen. And I feel like at this point, and I'm subject to change my mind, I will have a stronger inclination, obviously, at the end of all of the evidence being presented by both sides. I don't need even the rebuttal. I probably could do it. I think I can make a safe assessment prior to the rebuttal. Although I will add the caveat that the rebuttal case may change my mind. I don't know yet because I haven't heard it. But I think if ever there was a trial where a mistrial is likely, this would be the one. Eliza says, what is the court reporter holding? I can't figure it out. That is there's a couple of different ways that a transcription of court proceedings can be held or can be generated. obviously the one we're used to, which is where they're actually typing on that little thingy, and then this device. She's speaking into it. It is not a spoiler. I announced, Pen Pal John, it's not a spoiler, but good news. The Commonwealth is resting today. We can get on to the good part. Yeah, it's not a spoiler, babe. The judge talked about it at the beginning of the day today. So yeah, that's the anticipation. The anticipation is that they're going to rest today. So we'll see.
You just press on the icon that shows up. You have a missed call. You press on that, and you can call the person back without unlocking the phone.
Correct.
And then what is application focus?
Application focus is literally the application which is visible on screen at any given time.
And at 4:13 p.m., 16:13, on January 24th, you've highlighted it in green here. What are we seeing there?
At 16:13:23 until 16:14:50, the Apple Maps application was being used, visible on screen.
Is it then used again at 5:13 and 5:14 p.m.? Or is that a different application?
So at 5:13 until 5:14, it was mobile Safari, so the mobile version of Safari, the internet browser, was on screen, and at 17:14:47 until 17:15:08, it was the mobile SMS or messaging application, which was on screen.
So do you just look at the part that's in parentheses to see what application was open or being used at the time?
Correct. What application was on screen at the time?
So for example, where it says 17:34, which would be 5:34 p.m., and in parentheses is in-call service, does that represent a phone call?
It does. That's the screen that indicates you're in a phone call.
And staying with the same page, page 34, you've made some notes here. Let's go out a little bit. Regarding Apple Maps, Safari, and messaging. So can you just explain what you pulled from the data for Apple Maps?
Yeah, Apple Maps was used to plan a route from the user's current location, the home address, to a restaurant called 3V.
And that was at 4:13 p.m.?
It was.
And then in terms of Safari, you have the last unlock at 5:13 p.m.?
Yes, so the last unlock of the device was used for the purposes of viewing Safari, where PDLX was searched using Google.
And then in terms of messaging, what did you pull from the data there?
At the same time, or in that same device usage, so the device was unlocked, Safari was used to search PDLX, and then the messaging application was opened to send a message to Patrick saying PDLX liquid stool softener.
And that was at 5:15 p.m.?
It was.
And then did you create a timeline combining all the data that we've talked about into one timeline?
I did, yes.
I'm going to the last page of your report, page 43. Is this the last page of the timeline?
It is, yes.
And in that page, can you explain what we're seeing here?
Yes, so the very first column is the timestamp. The next few columns, which show typically colored, is related to the activity, which will become a little bit clearer in a moment. The row or the column in the center explains what the record is. So if, for example, we look at the 17-13-16 record, we can see a U, which means the device was unlocked in pink. That unlock event lasted until 17:15:12. So hence.
Excuse me, camera operator person. Some of us are visual learners. Could you please tilt the camera, point the camera in the direction of the exhibit being displayed? Sincerely, everybody in my chat and me. I'm a visual learner. I need to see this.
That entire column is in pink and shows the relevant lock event.
So here we have 513 device unlock,
Yes.
515 device lock.
Just FYI for anybody joining us, welcome in. Good morning. It's lovely to see you. Happy Monday. You've not missed anything important. No need to rewind.
And there's this column connecting them, correct?
Correct. And then any activity that happened during that unlock time is then shown within the rows between. So again, we see Safari open at 17:13:16. Safari was closed at 17:14:47. Messaging was opened at 17:14:47. While messages were open, there was an outgoing message sent for PDLX. Then messaging was closed. Messaging was opened again, and messaging was closed prior to the device locking. So everything in the colored columns tries to show all of the events that happened at the same time or during that parent event.
Be fantastic if we could see these colored columns. They sound, quite interesting, but I guess we'll have to just be like SpongeBob and use our imagination. Also, on a sad note, I forgot to mention this. Yes, Hayden Panettiere has passed away. She was 36 years old, very, very young. She leaves behind an 11-year-old daughter. Rest in peace, Hayden, aka Kirby. I cannot, and I first watched her back when I loved Heroes, still do. But now I cannot, I just remember her being referred to so much as the cheerleader. And I know she had an actual name, but for whatever reason, my mind is only letting me remember her name in the Scream movies, which was Kirby.
And what we have here at 5:33 p.m., we had the flight climb started, is that correct?
Correct.
And flight climb ended at 5:38, so
Yes.
that line again connecting them?
Correct. So 2 flight climbs occurred during that time period.
And in between when the flight climb started and the flight climb ended, you had the 2 calls, the incoming call that was missed from Patrick and then the outgoing call to Patrick, correct?
Correct.
So the first flight climbed had already been started. Someone had already started climbing up a flight of stairs when that first unanswered call happened, correct?
So flight climb started is how it's listed within the database and within the software. But it actually, the flight climb time is when the flight climb has been recognized by the device as the device has already climbed up those stairs. So even though it says flight climb started, that's technically the time that the flight climb or the first flight climb had ended.
So where it says 5:33:34 flight climb started, that actually indicates the person has gone up that first flight of stairs already.
Yes, that indicates the phone has now realized I'm 3 meters higher than I was the last time I checked. Therefore, a flight climb has already been completed at that point.
And then the calls happen, and then the phone realizes at 5:38 that another flight has been climbed.
Correct.
Okay, so it appears that they're using Ian Whiffin's interpretations of the extractions from the iPhone and the Apple Watch to create a timeline of the events, specifically what occurred in the basement and then subsequently what occurred upstairs in the master bedroom. So nothing earth-shattering thus far.
I would move to submit the report as the next exhibit.
No objection.
All right, that report may be admitted.
I have nothing further.
All right.
Yes, Tess Mac. Save the cheerleader, save the world. By the way, you can still watch Heroes, FYI. It was on Netflix, just so you know. It's a really good show. Such a good show. And unfortunately, it was a casualty of the writer's strike.
All right, so members of the jury, remember I said it might be a little stop and start.
Oh,
This is
here
one
we
of those
go. Here's the
All right,
stops.
so we're going to take a short break, and then we'll come right back and return for the cross-examination of this witness. Okay?
All rise, please, for your attention.
We're going to skip. This is why I start late, you guys, so we don't have to sit here and you guys don't have to hear me yak about nothing.
All rise, please, for your entering.
I can go back, Maria, and look. Now, I will say this. This is the basement and the upstairs is my interpretation because they don't actually implicitly say, not implicitly, they don't actually specifically state the basement stairs versus climbing from the first story to the second story. They don't state that outright, but that was my interpretation of what I heard. So what we can do is we can go back because she rested after that, or let's go back.
And in that page, can you explain what we're seeing here?
Yes, so the very first column is the timestamp. The next few columns, which show typically colored, is related to the activity, which will
Yes, explicitly. Thank you, Jonah's mom.
become a little bit clearer in a moment. The row or the column in the center explains what the record is. So if, for example, we look at the 17-13-16 record, we can see a U, which means the device was unlocked in pink. That unlock event lasted until 17-15-12. So hence that entire column is in pink and shows the relevant lock event.
So here we have 513 device unlock,
Yes.
515 device lock, and there's this column connecting them, correct?
Correct. And then any activity that happened during that unlock time is then shown within the rows between. So again, we see Safari open at 17-13-16. Safari was closed at 17-14-47. Messaging was opened at 17-14-47. While messages were open, there was an outgoing message sent for PDLX. Then messaging was closed. Messaging was opened again, and messaging was closed prior to the device locking. So everything in the colored columns tries to show all of the events that happened at the same time or during that parent event.
And what we have here at 5:33 p.m., we have the flight climb started, is that correct?
Correct.
And flight climb ended at 5:38, so
Yes.
that line again connecting them?
Correct. So 2 flight climbs occurred during that time period.
And in between when the flight climb started and the flight climb ended, you have the 2 calls, the incoming call that was missed from Patrick and then the outgoing call to Patrick, correct?
Correct.
So the first flight climbed had already been started. Someone had already started climbing up a flight of stairs when that first unanswered call happened, correct?
So flight climb started is how it's listed within.
Okay, so based on his explanation, flight flight climb started really is the time that your phone or your device recognizes that you've climbed stairs. So it's really the end time. So the first end time would be at 5:33, and then the next end time would be 5:38. Seemingly, so there you have it. There are 2 flight climbs, which means I think what the Commonwealth is trying to point out is that at 5:33 she reached the top of the basement stairs. At 5:38 she reached the top of the second story stairs. Okay, so there you have it. All right, let's get to cross-examination. Aw, Jonah.
All right,
I just got tackled because my wild man came in from outside. He likes when I use my back scratcher on him. Every time somebody says that word, I think of that episode of Family Guy. Back scratcher's here. You're welcome, Maria. Also, just while we're waiting, remember how we were talking yesterday about the Rings of Power? Man, that doesn't even start till November.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Reddington?
Hold on a minute, Judge. Excuse me, Your Honor. Pardon me. November 11th is when season 3 begins. I don't appreciate Amazon you showing me a trailer for something that's going to take 7 years. I can maybe wait a month, okay? But I cannot wait more than that. I don't appreciate that. That's like 3 months from now, 4 months. I don't even know. We're August, September, October, no, 3 months. That's too long. Don't do that to me. I can't handle it. Can't take it. Won't take it. No me gusta. Here we go. All right, Mr. Reddington. What say you, sir?
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Whiffen, just a couple of things. One of the takeaways or questions.
Okay. Jillian says, explain like I'm 5. Why does it matter what time down to the minute she went up the stairs? So even though what's taking place in this trial is what we call an affirmative, I don't work in the business, so let me just say, is what they refer to as, because I'm not included, as an affirmative defense, meaning the actual, she has pled, or she it's not that she's pled, she's pleading not criminally responsible, which is confusing because she is, and they did want to stipulate to the fact that she murdered the children. Okay. But that didn't happen. So how the trial works is that the burden of proof in Massachusetts in a insanity defense trial is that the burden still remains on the Commonwealth. So what they have to do is prove that nobody other than Lindsay Clancy had the means and the opportunity to kill the children, and that they can put her in that home climbing one flight of stairs at a specific time and then climbing the second flight of stairs at another specific time. They have to prove those elements. That is required. So that is why it closes the door for, even though it's not going to be used in this trial, okay, but it closes the door for an alternate suspect theory. Lindsay Clancy is the only person that was home at the time when these children were murdered. It was Lindsay and the children, and that's it. So nobody else could have committed that act, and that's what they have to show. That's why they did it. Did I do a good job explaining? If I didn't and you have more questions, let me know.
That I had is that you were talking about, in reference to the Apple Health data, fair to say that there's an issue as to the accuracy or reliability of the Apple Health data. You've actually done research on that.
I've done research on it, yes.
Okay, and one of the things that you did is back about a year ago, June 28th of 2025, you did a blog article on Apple Health accuracy and reliability, and it talked about using a pitch, which I think is, you guys refer to like a football field?
It was a rugby field, but yes.
And then you had somebody put the watch in their right pocket, somebody with the left pocket, and then someone else held it in their hand, you measured it, and things of that nature, right?
Correct, it was 3 phones.
Some of the things were off a little bit, but basically you put that in your report and you were able to draw your conclusion as to the accuracy and reliability, as you say, of the Apple Health data, right?
Correct.
Now, if someone is wearing an Apple Watch, is that what records heart rate?
As the heart rate is on the watch, yes.
It is on the watch,
Yes.
okay. And the steps that the person takes, things of that nature, the movement, is that on the phone or would that be on the watch?
That's on both the watch and the phone.
Okay. Now, if you have an Apple Watch and you test it or you examine it, would you be able to determine what information was actually recorded by the watch while the person was wearing it?
Yes, the information that's recorded within the Apple Health database does specify whether the information comes from the watch, the phone, or from a different device.
Okay. And in this case, if I understand correctly, the Apple Watch stopped recording data at, is it 5:23?
It was around that time.
Okay. You know what? I'm going to give you your report. Feel free to just refresh your memory or look at it or whatever helps you out.
Thank you.
Yep, no problem. I just want to get the times down. I think you indicated that the watch stopped recording information at 5:23 p.m.
Yes, the last heart rate was 5:23:52.
52, okay. 5:23 and 52 seconds. And then I believe the phone and watch stopped recording at 5:38, was it?
The last usage of the, let me double check this. I believe the last usage of the phone to record flight climb data was at 5:38, yes.
All right, and after 5:38, it's pretty much blackout. There's no further information or recording, right?
Yes, not until like the phone was seized by police, I believe.
By the
But
police.
there's other activity, but appeared to be after the incident.
So the further activity would have been the following morning on the 25th of January, say around 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning?
I ended my analysis on the 24th.
Okay. Well, so 5:23 p.m., the watch stops recording information. 5:38 p.m., both the watch and the phone stopped recording any information until the police picked up the phone apparently the following day, right?
Again, there would have been activity later on, but it wasn't usage, it wasn't health data. It would have been things like incoming calls, if
Okay,
there
so
were any.
when you went through the stair climbing and talked about the steps that were taken, the distance that was taken, that stopped at 5:38 p.m., right?
Correct.
Now, you don't know, when I say you, I mean, as a witness, but also the police, whoever was wearing the watch, for example, if Lindsay's wearing the watch or carrying the phone after 5:38, you don't know what was happening at 5:39.
Correct.
You don't know what was happening at 5:40, 5:45, right?
Correct.
Right up till 5:58, 6 o'clock p.m., right?
Yeah, purely the data on the device.
So it could have been, the phone could have been put down, the watch could have been put down, battery died, whatever those issues could be, and the person would still be going down the stairs, going up the stairs, going in the backyard, doing push-ups, whatever.
Correct.
You just don't know, right?
Yes.
Okay. One of the things, you're familiar with the concept of location data, right?
Correct.
And location data, one of the things you looked at or you're aware of would be from Lindsay's phone on August 23rd of 2022. Is that correct?
Apologies. August 23rd, 2022?
Yeah.
I didn't go back
Okay.
anywhere near that date.
You have tested and written blogs, though, on location information, right?
Correct.
You actually testified in the case of Commonwealth versus Victor Arrington in Suffolk Superior Court in Boston in support of the accuracy of this particular artifact or information, right?
Correct.
So you're a true believer that the phone does in fact record accurately significant locations on the iPhone, right?
It certainly can, yes.
All right. And are you aware, or if I was to approach you in your expertise, it's just a doctor's. That's all. You were talking earlier about latitude, longitude, things of that nature, right?
Yes.
Okay. So just to, you're familiar with, for example, significant location visits on Lindsay's phone, August 23rd, 2022 at 9:34. Do you know what that says or what that means?
The created time
Yeah.
of 9:34. That'd be when the device decided that the device had visited this location enough to consider it a visit.
Okay. Do you know what that location is? If I suggest to you it's a doctor's office, would you be aware of that?
I don't recognize it from the coordinates.
Okay. Thank you. This here you're familiar with too as well, right? The geo data with the latitude and the longitude?
Yes.
And you're familiar with the fact that you can take the metadata off of the information on the cell phone, one of which would be latitude and longitude. You'd be able to determine, for example, that this would be the Lindsay Clancy home, correct?
Yes, correct.
You've seen this before, right?
It rings a bell, yes.
Okay. I'd offer this, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, that may be admitted.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Now, you have your report in front of you, right?
Yes.
And that's captioned Digital Forensic Report, and it's in evidence, so the jurors are going to be able to review it in its entirety, right?
Yes.
If I could direct your attention to page 11, I believe. Yeah, page 11. Okay?
Yes.
And just so the jurors are able to acclimate themselves to it, that would be this item here that you went through with the district attorney, right? As far as the searches, Google searches?
I have a different page 11.
Different page?
That looks like this page 12.
Oh, okay. Well, let me approach you with what is your digital forensic report, report number 1?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Is this the same?
So this is a revision.
A revision?
The revision submitted in February that just had a different record highlighted.
Yeah, okay, so basically there's no big deal difference, right?
Correct.
Okay, so you have the revised and I have the old. Can you look at January 10th on the Google search, for example?
I can.
You have it?
Yes, sir.
So looking at January 10th of 2023, just read along with me, and the jurors again would be able to look at this in the jury room. Prescription information at, it says 14:55. What does that mean? 12:14 in the morning?
14 a.m., yes.
All right. And then 19:11, which would be at 7:11 in the morning?
7:11 p.m.
Sorry, just a brief interruption here. I'd like to thank you, Shamita, for the silver star. That was very generous. Thank you so much. All right, here we go.
Oh, PM, okay. Trazodone and Benadryl goes on about an hour later. Trazodone headache, Google search, goes on. Trazodone and ibuprofen goes on. Trazodone and Tylenol goes on to 2032, which would be 8:32 p.m. Trazodone and Tylenol interactions, right?
Correct.
Fair to say that these are things that Lindsay Googled on her cell phone. That's what this document refers to, right?
Somebody used the cell phone to Google it, yes.
Oh, you don't know who was actually using it, but this is
Exactly.
Lindsay's cell phone.
Yes.
You're aware of that. Just if we jump ahead, looking at all of these various Google searches, follow with me on, let's say, randomly, let's say, page 13, 1948, which would be 17:48 p.m., I guess. You with me on that?
Yes, 1948?
Yeah.
Yes,
How quickly does Wellbutrin work for depression? That's what was Googled, right?
correct.
Followed by Lamictal for depression, Elavil for depression, how to tell if you're sleep deprived, ketamine for suicidal ideation, right?
Correct.
These are all searches that were done on Lindsay's cell phone. On that particular date, chronologically, would have been the 12th of January, right?
Correct.
Now, without boring everybody, it goes on and on and on with searches along those lines. Suicidal ideation, drugs, trazodone, mixtures, things of that nature, right?
It does.
Page 17, if you have it, would be the Apple Note counsel asked you about.
Yes.
Okay. Now, if I suggest to you, sir, that this is the Apple Note, I believe a previous witness may have read this to the jury, so they will have this in the room to read. But basically, this is the note that says, I was the healthiest, happiest mom. I worked out every morning, meditated, took care of myself, and basically my life has turned to crap, right?
Correct.
So what was modified in this? If you know, because counsel asked you if there were modifications and things of that nature, and I'm just asking if you know, what was modified in it?
Exactly at the moment, I don't have all of that in front of me. It's possible to see snippets going back over time. I do recall on the 22nd of December when this was created, it started with the same sentence.
Yep.
And there was a few essentially spelling differences as time went on. But as much as you can recover from the earlier versions of the note, it's a snippet. It's essentially two sentences, and the rest of it is it's essentially the same note.
Okay, thank you, sir. Going forward onto page 18, page 19, and 20, would you agree with me that, well, actually, in 21, they basically contain photographs that were sent from Lindsay's phone to, it looks like Patrick's phone. Would you agree with that?
I believe the first few pages are sent to Mommy.
Okay. And this basically is the, there we go. This is the snowman in the backyard being made, right?
Correct.
And then Lindsay's phone is sending the blue.
Yes, the
and
blue
gray
messages
would
are
be
outgoing.
what? A response?
Yes.
And can you tell me what the response is?
The one on screen at the moment is the response sent from Mommy to Lindsay's phone saying that's a big roll of snow. I was wondering if you got enough for the kids to play in, and it's a pretty nice day too. Gives them something to do on a day without school.
Okay. And then your report then goes on with additional photographs of the snowmen. There's a box of Cheerios, apparently. And then there's a photograph of a young boy appearing to be very exuberant with his arms up in the air. And then there's the Lindsay phone responds with a picture of a little girl with a mask on, right?
Correct. And this is a conversation with Patrick.
Patrick, okay. So are you able to tell what Patrick said, if anything, when he sent the picture of the little boy with his arms up in the air?
So at the very top of that message above the photograph, it says, got himself dressed. And that would be the message that was sent alongside the photograph.
Okay. And then what was her response?
Initially, it was just the photograph.
Did she respond any further in your report or your research?
Sorry?
Did you see any response in your research of the phone?
I don't remember seeing any response.
All right. Can you look at page 22?
Yes.
Okay. And this would be on January 24th, 2023. And it looks, what time is that? 8:19 in the morning?
Yes.
Okay. So if I suggest to you, sir, you can even look in your report. This is in the same thread with the little girl making the snowman and the text about, it looks like a nice day, hoping you got snow, things of that nature. And there was a reference by the mother or mommy to get the hot chocolate ready, things of that nature, right?
The message at 8:19 a.m. that says cutie was sent by Patrick in a different thread to the snowman photographs.
Okay, but I'm asking you about the one that's underneath the snowman and the mummy text. The last commentary is get the hot chocolate ready.
Oh, yes, that's the one from...
And that's from the mother, apparently, right?
Correct.
Or someone that is in the phone as mummy, right?
And that was at 11:33 a.m.
Now, if you look on page 22, we can get to what you were talking about. It looks like January 24th at 8:19 in the morning, cell phone number 781-375-8564. And what does that say?
Cutie.
And that, so just tell us, so is that Patrick's phone?
Yes, that would be the phone stored as Patrick sending a message to Lindsay's phone.
And how did Lindsay respond, or how did her phone respond?
It appears that Lindsay reacted to an image with the love emoji.
Shmita, did we miss the magnifying glass? Let me know. All right, here we go.
Like a little hat thing?
Yes.
And then what did Patrick say?
Patrick asked, how's it going?
What did she say?
Good.
And then did she say anything further?
Yet she also responded, okay, her urine looked good, so nothing going wrong with her kidneys, a few.
So that she indicates that her urine looked good, nothing going on with her kidneys, and then phew, like whew, you know, something like that, right?
That's how I read this.
DHEW? Yeah.
Yes.
And then he said good, right?
Yes.
And then as you go forward, there's more pictures of the kids with the snowman, making the snowman. Patrick then says to her at 11, looks like 11:29, am I reading that right, in the morning?
11:29, 12.
What does he say to her?
You're a good mama.
And does she respond?
She responds with an emoji, which is the face covered in hearts.
The face with the hearts? And then they go back and forth with each other up until getting the menu and asking what you want for takeout and things of that nature, right?
Correct.
Page 25, just in case you were looking. All right. Can you look at page 28 for me? And page 29, I can hold them up. Basically, they basically are just a continuation of photographs, little thumbnails of the kids doing snowman and sitting in the doctor's office, right?
Correct.
Okay. One of the things that you did is that you actually performed a comprehensive search. Is that a full focus extraction? Is that what you call it?
Full file system extraction.
Okay. And you did that for the phone belonging to Lindsay Clancy, right?
Correct.
That would be what you refer to as your appendix?
The appendix 1 of the Lindsay Clancy phone is 1,300 and some web search visits.
Okay. So I'm going to hand you what says report number 1, iPhone belonging to Lindsay Clancy, and ask if you can recognize that.
Yes, this appears to be the just the web history from Lindsay's phone.
Okay, so that's pretty much if anybody cares to look at it, that's the entire web history, right?
Correct.
All right, I'd offer this, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, that may be admitted.
268.
Then, Mr. Whiffen, you also had.
Okay, for Mr. Reddington's part, I do appreciate that he likes to use essentially the rule of completeness, right? Yes, you can highlight certain web searches depending and your interpretation of them depending on with the Commonwealth, right? They're highlighting specific ones because they are suggesting that as evidence of her being of sound mind, okay? But I think that it is important for the jury to see the full web history, the search history in context. I think that's important. And I appreciate the fact that Mr. Reddington appreciates that fact and puts it into evidence. All right, here we go.
Report number 4, which would be the digital report for Patrick Clancy's computer. I'd offer that, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, that may be admitted as well.
269.
All right, thank you.
Finally,
I really need to know,
Files
though,
from the surface.
hold on. I really need to know, did I miss the dadgum magnifying glass? I'm not going to like make you guys go back and look at it, but I will go back by myself and look at it because I want to see what he did. All right.
Pro laptop
Hey,
belonging.
Pecto. Hey, Brandy Lee.
Yes,
So this would be your search of his laptop as well, correct?
correct.
I'd offer this.
No objection.
All right, that may be admitted.
Approaching you with an item, sir, I'm just going to.
He does not like to go over to that prosecutor table at all. He forgets almost, he nearly almost forgets every
It says
single time.
extraction report, Apple iPhone, you recognize that?
Yes, I didn't create it, but I recognize the report.
Okay, so that is a Celebrate report of the extraction of Lindsay's phone, correct?
May
Yeah,
I
you can
finish?
look at whatever you want, yeah, of course.
Yes, this is a report generated by Physical Analyzer, a Celebrite tool of the device.
Okay. Now, if you look at the report, for example, just randomly on page, let's say, 9, bottom line, it says web history. I just grabbed that random. January 24th, 23, correct?
Yes.
And then you go to the right, and it says Lindsay's iPhone mobile library.
Yes.
Okay. And then it has the time that it was recorded, right?
Yes.
And what time would that be on that date, which is January 24th?
It would be 9:35 local time in the morning.
So if you jump ahead to,
Thank you so much, Pen Pal John, for this $2.99 super sticker. I appreciate that very, very much. Very generous of you. Thank you.
January 25, 2023, let's say, is that 7 o'clock in the morning?
Yes.
Okay. And that says, what is it measuring at 7 o'clock in the morning on January 25?
So this is for the hour of health data. So it's been aggregated and it shows that between 7 a.m. and 8 a.m. There was 47 meters traveled.
Okay. And then it goes on and it talks about, again, 7 o'clock in some seconds, it talks about 134 distance traveled.
Yes.
Okay. And, for example, January 25 at 8 o'clock in the morning, it talks about distance traveled, steps counted, and distance would be 47
Yes.
meters or feet.
Meters.
Okay. So is that information that is coming off of the cell phone, the Apple Watch, or what?
That's coming from the watch and the phone and being displayed as
So
one amount of information.
It's coming from the watch, right?
The way that the data is presented there, it's coming from the watch or the phone.
Okay. And the data's coming from Celebrate, right?
Correct.
And Celebrate is God's gift to cell phone searches, right?
I like to think so.
I mean, you work for them, and you're also a guy that created all of this stuff for them, pretty much, right?
I've created some other tools, yes.
If I tell you, sir, that January 25 at 8 o'clock in the morning, Lindsay Clancy was in a coma, laying in a bed with tubes coming out of her body and certainly not wearing her Apple Watch. How did that happen?
Based purely on the report there, I'd suggest the data came from the phone rather than the watch.
As I just told you about the watch. Did you ever look at this watch?
No, we can't actually pull data directly from the watch. We pull it from the
How
phone.
do you look at a watch?
We extract the data from the phone, which is synchronized to from the watch to the phone.
Okay, so I'm handing you, is that an Apple Watch?
It appears to be, yes.
Okay. And if I suggest to you that this was found a number of days later in Lindsay's bedroom in a drawer that the police never seized, have you ever seen this before?
I've never seen this before, no.
How long have you been working on this case with the government?
I started looking at this case in November last year.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have, Judge.
All right, redirect.
Thank you. Sir, from the documents that defense counsel just showed you, the activity on January 25th, was it your testimony that it could have been from the watch or the phone?
It could have been either device.
But what he showed you, did that have enough data on it to tell you specifically whether it was from the watch or the phone?
No, I'd need to take a look at the database itself and see where that information came from.
And you were saying that you cannot pull data from the watch itself, is that correct?
Correct. We don't extract the memory from the watch itself. We extract data from the phone, which is synchronized to the watch. So we ultimately get the watch data from the phone.
And why is it that you don't pull it from the watch itself?
Apple's proprietary connections, the encryption that they use on the device complicates extraction. And essentially, considering we get everything from the watch via the phone, it's just additional work required to pull data from the watch, which would just be a duplicate of what we already have.
And you said that the watch syncs itself to the phone, relaying all data that it's collecting to the phone, correct?
Correct.
And Lindsay's watch was synced to Lindsay's phone, correct?
It was.
And if you were able to look at the data from the dates defense counsel mentioned from the extraction itself, you would be able to tell whether the January 25th data was coming from the watch or the phone, correct?
I would, yes.
But you can't from what he showed you, correct?
From the printout, no. I'd need the actual data.
And if on January 25th, the police have the phone, and they're bringing it to an evidence room, and then they're bringing it to storage room, is that going to show steps and distance traveled?
Yeah, whenever the device is turned on, or whenever the phone is turned on, it will consistently record steps walked regardless of who's carrying it. It will consistently record flights climbed regardless of who's carrying it.
Right, but what my curiosity is this, maybe she'll clear this up, but here's my question. If it is, in fact, syncing, right, and so the iPhone had, at that point in the timeline, has been confiscated, seized, collected, whatever word you want to use, by law enforcement, aren't they supposed to put it in airplane mode? And if that is the case, what then changes? If a device is put into airplane mode, how does that impact, if at all, the data that it records specific relative to its transport, i.e. the steps, literal walking steps, and then B, potential flights of stair climbs? That's what I'd like to know. Because I thought that the purpose and intention for putting a device into airplane mode was to preserve the data held in that phone while not preserve the data while not making any changes. I've obviously, ideally, a Faraday bag is the preferred method for that. However, what about airplane mode? That's my question.
And so if the watch is turned off in a drawer somewhere, the phone would be what's relaying, or not relaying, but the phone would be what's recording the distance traveled and the steps taken, not the watch, correct?
That's the presumption, yeah. If the watch is turned off, it's not doing anything, any data would be from the phone.
And earlier, defense counsel just put in some exhibits of your indexes for all the data that you looked at for the phone and the computers, correct?
Correct.
And those indexes, do they contain everything that was on the phone and everything that was on each computer that could be pulled from the phone or the computer?
No, they were focused reports or focused searches. So for my reports, they were focused to essentially the internet history on those devices. The large Cellbrite report, again, I don't know who created that. I don't know what options were selected by that user, but there will be data on the device which is not covered in that report by virtue of that's how decoding works.
And on the defense counsel asked you about the flights climbed and how the last reading was at 5:38 p.m., correct?
Correct.
The last incoming phone call that you registered on your charts was the 6:09 p.m. phone call from Patrick to Lindsay that she did not answer, correct?
Correct.
From 5:38 p.m. to 6:09 p.m., were there any other flights climbed showing from either the watch or the phone?
Don't believe there was, no.
And Your Honor, we'd move to submit the full extraction as the next exhibit. It's being copied now, so we just put a disc envelope in its place.
Yeah, no objection.
All right, that may be admitted.
If I may, Your Honor, so you make reference to 5:38 for her question that there's no flights climbed, recorded, or anything up until 6 o'clock, right? You just answered that question?
Correct.
That's because the phone was either dead, off, we already went through that. She could have been walking all over the house, the yard, anywhere, right?
Yeah, the phone did not detect anything. I don't know why the phone didn't detect anything, whether it was
So your answer is you
Set
don't know,
down.
I don't mean to be rude, your answer is you don't know why, right?
exactly. I don't know why it wouldn't
Okay.
record.
And you did not report at all on the steps and distances, did you?
I didn't know.
Okay, thank you.
Anything on that, Como?
No.
All right, thank you, sir. You may sit down. Thank you.
Pen Pal John says, question, Ward, what do you think the defense needs to do this week to win this case? What the defense needs to do this week to win this case is they need to get an expert witness on that stand that explains that psychosis can look different in different people, that there is an element to psychosis that exists where outwardly the person is presenting zero physical signs. Okay, their speech isn't rapid, their eyes aren't darting back and forth, they're able to perform perfunctory, what appear to be rational, thought out, intentioned actions. For example, unlocking a phone, returning a phone call, that type of thing. They need to get an expert witness that explains psychosis in a way that it can be applied to explain some of the actions that Lindsay Clancy took that day that appear to be rational, purposeful actions. And they need to be able to get the jury to understand that for lack of a better term, most people think of psychosis in a very antiquated way, very limited way, like basically, again, for lack of a better term, like a stark raving lunatic. And, hair all wild, clothes disheveled, wild-eyed, wide-eyed, speaking in ways that don't make sense, etc. Right? Like that. That's the visual that people have. And they need to get a witness on that stand that completely turns that idea, that perception on its face. That's what they need, in my opinion.
Como for us.
What?
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. There are some exhibits.
Hold on a minute. Wait. Jonah's mom was right. Jonah's mom, did you cheat? Did you scroll ahead? Because we're behind. How in the actual F are they resting at this point? They have literally put in no evidence about Lindsay Clancy to explain why the jury should believe that these were rational, purposeful, intentional actions. They've done none of that. They've done none of that. If you're Kevin Reddington and they rest right here, what do you do? What do you do? Because okay, yes, they have to prove that she is the one that took the children's lives, right? That's one of the elements, okay? The other element they have to prove is her sanity. How have they proven that? They do. That's the thing, Neat Noodle. They do have psych experts. So why in the actual F are they not using that? Why aren't they using? What do you do if you're Kevin Reddington at this point? What do you do?
I'm sick.
Hold on a minute. I need a video. I'm sorry. My mind is just like, let's hear from Mac. I know, Mac. Can you believe this bullshit? And this, I need, where's the other one? Just real quick, why don't you be like our pal Reebok here and run on over to the like button for me, would you? I'd appreciate that very, 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 very much. Where's my other video that I use? Where the hell is it at? Bruh. Here it is.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it.
I also now I need the whole the clip from Ghostbusters in the hallway when they're at the hotel. What the hell are you doing? I need that right now. What the hell are you doing? It didn't help me. I'm not over my incredulousness. What in the apps? Let me take a moment. I need to collect myself. I am. Oh my God. I'm out of control.
I believe they're by agreement,
Yeah, they were by agreement.
All right,
and then we would rest.
all right.
We have the 2 Sperry Hospital records, 2 discs. 272A, B. Mass General Institute Health Professions transcript. Put a PIAC transcript.
Who was that?
Put a PIAC transcript. 74.
I just want to see what they're putting into evidence. Obviously, we could absolutely positively skip this part because we don't need it. I cannot have a
With that, the
Pepsi.
Commonwealth rests. All right.
All right, let me just say this. I appreciate that. Someone get Jen a Pepsi and some Cool Ranch Doritos. I did break up with Pepsi again. You guys know how I have this. Me and Pepsi and Mary Jane have a very, make up to break up type relationship. Although I have to say, I'm not a big fan of Cool Ranch Doritos. I don't like the way they smell. Everybody says they taste delicious, but the way they smell to me, and being that my mouth is like directly below my nose, I just can't do it. However, I could use a Pepsi. I'd be willing to risk it. The potential trouble that would stem from being on the Pepsi if I just for this moment right now. Bruh. I can't do this. I cannot believe this. This is crazy to me. Well, CRTC Archives says, oh my God, I knew it would be this week, but definitely not today. Well, they said at the beginning of the trial, Judge Sullivan said that the Commonwealth intends to rest today. I thought for sure there'd be more than this. Then they let y'all. I'm getting very yelly, but can we just take a moment to appreciate the fact that the Commonwealth rested their case on Ian motherfucking Whipple. Let's take that in for a minute. Ian Whipple. That is who they rested their case with. I can't. Oh. Tess says, I am all about the Mexican Coca-Cola nowadays. It's worth the extra couple of dollars. Yes. I'm glad some of you people are catching on to I'm sorry, but the soda, the beverage, Coca-Cola from Mexico is way better. Way better. What is that? What is MK Lynn in here doing? Hey, MK Lynn. MK says, I think chili cheese Fritos smell like BO. They do. Ugh. I like just regular ass. I don't know. I'm a simple gal. Like the original flavor of Doritos, the nacho cheese ones. I like, which is not really the original flavor, but if there's gonna, that's the one I like. I like Ruffles. I like the Lay's, the plain Lay's. I like the original Fritos with some Fritos bean dip. That's what I like. And I like the regular wheat thins. Whew. Bro, I don't know you. I am a mess.
Members of the jury.
I feel like, excuse me, Judge Sullivan, you remember that point in Clueless where she can't find her the right outfit for the day, her most capable looking shirt, and she feels impotent and out of control. That's how I feel. Never have I identified with a feeling so much in my life.
As you heard from Teresa Begg, the Commonwealth has rested. All right. So at this point, I've got to address some matters with the attorneys.
Yeah, they're gonna move for a directed verdict. Tamrock says, I like Ruffles with some French onion or ranch dip. Yes. Here comes Jonah's mom to rain on my parade. I love Lay's chips. I don't like Ruffles because Ruffles have ridges. The ridges are what makes it so good. And the ridges keep it from breaking when you put it in ranch dip or French onion dip. You need those ridges. Yikes on bikes. Jonah's mom, what are you doing to me?
So I'm gonna, it's another one of those stops. We're gonna take a stop.
Yeah,
at
we're
this
gonna
point.
take a stop, blah, blah,
Have
blah,
you
blah, blah,
back
stop,
in the
stop,
jury
stop,
room.
stop, stop,
We'll
stop.
address a few things with the attorneys, and then we'll bring you right back in. Okay?
All rise, please, Jury. Thanks.
Oh, what the hell? Right back in, when?
As we say, duly noted.
Yes, thank you, Judge.
Hold on.
Based on that and based on the,
What? We got ripped off, y'all. Hold on. Maybe we didn't. Okay, Bindi didn't work the skips good. Hold on, let's see. Cause did we miss the directed verdict? Cause what are we taking? Oh, they're gonna take a moment to get. Did I even say that witness's name right?
Laying in a
Yeah,
bed,
Ian Whiffen.
with tubes coming out of.
That's who they arrested with. All right, here we go.
Reddington, does the defendant have a motion?
All right, here we go.
All right. So the Commonwealth having rested Mr. Reddington, does the defendant have a motion?
Yes, Your Honor.
You know what, Jonah's mom? Jonah's mom said, "Oh, come on, Bindi. You know, I always ruffle your feathers. I thought I broke you the time that I said I don't like the Princess Bride. You tried. You did try to break me, and for a moment, I thought I was broken. But then I remembered the motto that I've had since I was a teenager. Ain't no motherfucker made me. Ain't no motherfucker gonna break me. So I recovered. I'm not going to say it didn't hurt my heart a little, but especially coming from you, Jonah's mom. But I ain't broken. I remain unbroken and unbent."
Right, I passed it up to the court. I don't know if you have it in front of you. It's basically a Rule 25. It doesn't have any memoranda with it, but I would argue, and I would cite to the court the case that was decided of Commonwealth versus Brunette Silvera. It's BRUNETTE-SELVEIRA. It was decided towards the end of May of 26 by the appeals court in Massachusetts. It was a case out of the Boston.
Jonah's mom says, "But I love Still Magnolias. Don't try to get on my good side, Malin. I no longer have one."
Municipal court where defendant was charged with assault and battery on a police officer. The evidence was presented that the defendant was acting erratically and that there was an awful lot of evidence that indicated that, brought out on cross-examination from witnesses, that the defendant was suffering from some type of a mental illness. Based on that evidence being presented, the government rested their case just as they've done here. My suggestion to the court is that the evidence that's been presented on this case against Ms. Clancy I would suggest does not rise to the level under Rule 25 of where even if you take the Lattimore standard and determine that the evidence would be decided in the light most favorable to the government at this stage of the case, I think the Brunette Silvera case places, as they describe it, a negative obligation to prove a negative as part of their case in chief on the government. I suggest to Your Honor that the evidence that has been presented in this case is overwhelming, that this young woman was clearly and unequivocally suffering from a mental disease or defect, that it was occupying her waking hours, her life, that she considered all of her avenues. She attempted to go to these healthcare providers, using the term loosely, that she went to these people. She had medication after medication after medication. She was obviously acting, I suggest to the court, in a state that was observed by witnesses that, in fact, that she was suffering from mental disease or defect, and then ultimately this horrific incident. So under that Brunette Silvera case, there's no evidence, I suggest, from the government that would rebut the fact that there is evidence of lack of criminal responsibility. So under Brunette Silvera and the cases that were cited in that opinion, respectfully, I would suggest that a required finding of not guilty should be entered on the case. I also would argue to the court that I think that under the Brunette Silvera standard and the evidence that Your Honor has before you, that the matter should be reduced down, if you will, from premeditated malice of forethought, cruelty, and atrocity to second degree. I'm not arguing at this stage Commonwealth versus Gray or any of its progeny as to manslaughter, but I think the court, certainly in its wise exercise of discretion, has the ability and the right to reduce the charge to second degree murder or enter a required finding.
All right, counsel, thank you. Commonwealth.
Thank you, Your Honor. The case that defense counsel cited, there was a presentation of the Commonwealth's evidence. Commonwealth rested. Defense called an expert who said that the defendant was not criminally responsible, and the Commonwealth relied on a cross-examination of that witness and did not call any further witnesses. So the motion was filed for a required finding at the close of all of the evidence, which is what's required under Commonwealth versus Lawson, which Brunette Silva cites and is still good law. An SJC case, 475 Mass 806 from 2016, in which the court says that a motion for a required finding of not guilty by reason of lack of criminal responsibility may only be brought at the close of all of the evidence, not at the close of the Commonwealth's case. In this case, as you're aware, defense plans on presenting experts who testified that the defendant was not criminally responsible, and then the Commonwealth will have a rebuttal case with their own experts. So I think the time and place for the motion would be at the close of all of the evidence and not now.
All right. Well, I had an opportunity to take a look at Brunette Silvera. So based on that and based on the standard as described that I have to apply at this point, I'm going to deny the defendant's motion.
I don't think I have to object, but I will.
All right. As we say, duly noted.
Yes, thank you, Judge. Your Honor, could I inquire? Emily Thorndike is here and has been here. I'm just wondering, is the government ready for us to do the voir dire to see if she can testify? Because she is self-employed, she has patients and has canceled them day after day. I'm just inquiring if we're ready to go on that.
All right, so the question I think that we had put this over was in large part because of the records from McLean. So we know if those are in?
I've been inquiring with Madam Clerk if there's been any status from the clerk's office, and I've told they haven't received anything. We have a call over to McLean. They've acknowledged the receipt. They were waiting for a call back from somebody at the office. They thought that the records were produced on Friday, but clearly that wasn't the case. So we have a call. We're waiting for a return call. I've provided people in my office the Madam Clerk's email address to get it expedited as quick as possible. So we are working to try to resolve the issue, and the hospital has acknowledged they received the subpoena. We just don't have a response yet. And I would just also remind that we discussed this last week and talked about doing this tomorrow on Tuesday in order to get those records and have time for everybody to get them and review them so that a proper examination of the witness can be done in a voir dire.
So,
All right. Well, let's do this. Let's do this before we start going at each other. We're going to see if the records come in. All right. If the records come in, then we got to determine how long it takes for people to review it and get ready. So if we can do that this afternoon,
okay,
great.
All right.
If we can't, I'll hear from the parties as to why we can't. We may have to do it tomorrow. But if we can do that today, I do understand that witness has been here a number of days. But at this point, it's a question of the records coming in, which really is out of both parties' hands. So if the records are in, the parties can get ready. We'll do that voir dire. If not, we may have to do that tomorrow. Okay. All right. Ms. Reddington?
ready? Ready for the jury, Judge?
Yeah.
Okay, with respect to the tickety talker, right? I just want to hear the voir dire. I don't think that she is going to be a witness that is terribly helpful or hurtful, frankly, to either side. I just don't, but I'm nosy and I just want to hear what she has to say outside of the presence of the jury, because I don't think she'll be impactful one way or the other. I don't think she'll help or hurt either case, if I'm being honest. I think that her testimony, if we were talking about, say, a county mental health hospital, when it's run by the county, right, changes to staffing and how they handle things I would say it would be far more impactful, because it usually takes an act of Congress, not literally, obviously, but because it's the county, but it usually takes, there's a great deal of red tape that occurs in a county run facility versus a privately owned facility. And so if that's where she was at during her stay at McLean, then I would feel differently. But I think she would be far more, I think that she would be far more helpful to the defense in that, under those circumstances, not under these circumstances, quite frankly. We will try not to let it get too good, neat, in your absence.
All rise, please. Jurors entering. Court is back in session. You may be seated.
For the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties present, including the defendant, and including the 18 jurors.
All right. So members of the jury, as I indicated before, the Commonwealth is rested. All right, so at this time, I'm going to inquire of the defendant if she intends or wishes to call any witnesses at this time. Mr. Reddington?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. David Camp, please, I believe she's right outside.
Literally has zero idea of who he just called, because once again, Mr. Reddington is not following my wishes and speaking anywhere in the vicinity of a microphone. For the record, I refer to that bailiff as Mr. Jingles, because it's him that we're hearing jingle, jangle, jingle, because of all his things that he's trying to keep it in check, but you know, it is what it is.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury, no matter now having between the Commonwealth and the defendant?
Hey, good afternoon. I'm going to ask you if you could keep your voice up and speak into that microphone. Okay? Thank you.
I'm just going to say the same thing, so make sure that all the jurors way down here even can hear you, okay?
Okay.
Tell us your name
It's Margaret Hamp,
and what town do you live in?
Stoneham.
And what do you do for work?
I'm a labor and delivery nurse
Where?
at Mass General.
And how long have you been working as a labor and delivery nurse?
I started on our labor and delivery unit in 2012.
Okay, so about what, 24 years? No.
I started for the obstetrics department in 2006.
Okay, so 20 years you've been working for Mass General between obstetrics and labor and delivery, right?
Correct.
Do you know Lindsay?
I do.
How do you know her?
I was working on the labor floor when Lindsay first started with us.
So this would be the labor and delivery floor, and she started as a nurse, correct?
Correct.
You had already been working there?
Correct.
And she was about, what, 24 years old?
Roughly.
And came in as a young woman as a nurse, correct?
Correct.
Can you tell us, to your observation, let me ask you this, how many years did you work with her?
She started, I believe, in 2015, and I worked until 2002 when she went out with Callan.
About 7 years or thereabouts. Did you know that she had a child, Cora?
Yes.
And did you know that she had a child, Dawson?
Yes.
And ultimately that she had a child, a baby that was born very, very recently, Callan. In the years that you were working with her, were you able to observe, I mean, did she like being a nurse? Did she want to work, or was she a good nurse? What's your opinion?
Lindsay loved being a nurse. She was really good at being a nurse. She was compassionate. She was kind. She was a patient advocate. She was the type of nurse that you wanted taking care of you or your loved one when you walked onto our unit.
Did you observe, for example, that on occasion when she would be involved with the delivery of a baby, that she would become emotional?
Lindsay was often emotional during birth of complete strangers. She would cry and she would just say that was so beautiful. You could just tell that she really loved being in that setting.
Over those years, right up until the time of Callan being born, fair to say that you stayed friendly with her?
Yes.
And you're still friendly with her?
Yes.
Can you tell us, did you observe during the time you worked with her how she emoted or felt about her children, all three of them?
Yes.
Tell us anything that you recall.
So Lindsay and I worked the night shift together, and often on the night shift you get to have an opportunity to really get to know your coworkers and celebrate things that are happening in their lives or support them with things that are not going so well. Lindsay asked a lot of questions of her coworkers about parenting. Simple things as she would poll the nursing staff about monogrammed lunch boxes, right down to sleeping habits. What questions do you ask a daycare provider to make sure that you're in the right place? She was often asking her coworkers childcare, parenting tips.
When she had Callan, after Callan was born in the late spring of 22, did you see her after the birth of Callan?
I did not see her after the birth of Callan.
Were you aware that she had taken a leave of absence from Mass General?
Yes.
Did you stay in touch with her by phone or text?
I briefly kept in touch through text. After Callan was born, I reached out to her and I asked her for her address and how she was doing so I could send her a gift. And then a few months later, she circled back to me to thank me for the gift that I had sent her.
Do you recall an incident on one occasion where she was looking or monitoring one of the children and the child was crying and you observed what happened after that?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
Lindsay often checked in on her kids while they were sleeping at night. Again, we worked the night shift, and she had the ability to look at her phone and see what Cora or Callan were doing in their cribs, and she shared that with a lot of us. There was one particular night that Cora was crying. She was probably about 6 months old, and Lindsay never let Cora cry. She wasn't at that point in parenting, and she was very communicative about that. And Cora was crying on the monitor. It was the middle of the night, and maybe after 10 minutes, she started to call Pat, and he wasn't answering. And she got really worried that Cora was crying, but now Pat wasn't answering his phone. So in the middle of the night, she called the police to do a wellness check on her family.
Okay. And while you were working the night shift, is that pretty much what you both worked together all those years?
Yes.
Would that be through the pandemic as well?
Yes.
Would you say that that was quite a bonding experience, being in labor delivery up close and personal with patients during the pandemic at night?
Of course, it was a very challenging time as a healthcare provider.
Thank you very much. You can inquire.
All right, Como?
Good morning.
Good morning.
So the
Okay. Before we begin with cross-examination, let me tell you why I think that this witness is important. Okay. Because it has been painted that Lindsay was one of the, hey Shamita, one of the discussions I had last night with ATS News, by the way, her live last night was really good, and I think you guys should go over and check it out, and I'll drop the link in just a second. But we talked about this conversation that Lindsay had with Dr. Tufts about being afraid of being alone. Then there was some talk about this concern and this reporting of being afraid that something would happen to the children, and that she was very worried when Patrick took Cora to ski by himself. And I think that this witness is able to give context around some of the concerns and the fears that Lindsay had. And I think that hey, Nadie, I think it is necessary.
The incident that you just told us about where Ms. Clancy was watching the monitor overnight, you were aware that the police responded and everything was fine, right?
Yes.
And you worked with her through 2022 when she went out with Lee Von Callen?
Correct.
And you never visited their house after Callen was born, did you?
No.
You don't know what was going on in her life, did you?
No.
And she didn't share any of her struggles with you via text or in any other capacity, did she?
No.
And as a labor and delivery nurse, and having been trained in labor and delivery, and you said you worked obstetrics before, correct?
Correct.
Also, I think that it's also important for the defense to establish that on some level, even prior to Callen being born, Lindsay Clancy had some real fear, a potential indication of, postpartum anxiety prior to this. They need to establish that she didn't just make up these symptoms out of whole cloth. So I also think that this is important.
Is it fair to say that you often have patients that come to you in both those areas that have some mental illness or are on psychiatric medications, right?
Sometimes.
And working labor and delivery, you have some training on how to handle patients that are on certain types of medications, right?
Limited training, yes.
Well, it affects how you're going to go through a birth plan or do a delivery if a person is on some sort of long-term medication, right?
Right.
And so you're aware that Zoloft is something that's deemed safe for pregnant moms and breastfeeding moms?
Yes.
And you've had patients that have dealt with bipolar issues before?
Yes.
And that they have to remain medication compliant in order to manage those things, right?
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
All right, Ms. Brington?
So your experience dealing with patients that have birth to child, as the district attorney asked, and are on Zoloft and expressing issues of being a parent, were you aware of any incidents where Lindsay was with you and a woman did in fact express concern that she wanted to hurt herself or her child?
There was a particular patient that Lindsay was on staff when this patient arrived. It was a patient that arrived to the unit that had plans to harm herself while she was pregnant. And we had a conversation. Lindsay was brand new. It was the summer that she had just started. And we had a conversation about mental health in pregnancy and postpartum. And I asked her if she had ever heard of the Andrea Yates case, and she hadn't. And I explained that to her, and she cried. And she said, how could a mother hurt her children?
Thank you. All set.
Thank you.
Homo?
No.
All right, let me sit down, thank you. Counsel.
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Olenska, please. Olenska, O-L-E-G-A.
I don't think I mentioned this or thanked Shmita. Thank you, Shmita, for the silver star, babe. I appreciate it. Thank you. Joey Cat says, I'm pretty sure there is still not enough scientific certainty about the use of SSRIs during pregnancy and nursing. I know plenty of people who chose to stop taking those medications while pregnant.
Hey, good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon.
Gotcha, Joey Cat. No problem, babe.
Keep your voice up, okay? Okay. Great, thank you. Counsel.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon. Tell us your name, please, and spell it.
It's Allison Ozga, A-L-L-I-S-O-N. Last name is O-Z-G-A.
You know Lindsay?
I do.
How do you know her?
Lindsay's my sister.
And can you tell us, are you close to Lindsay? Do you live near each other? Do you socialize? What type of relationship have you had with her?
We're very close. We have not lived in the same state for about 10 years now, but we do communicate, and I do think we're very close.
And do you text with her on a regular basis?
Yes.
And you talk on the phone, do you?
Occasionally.
Directing your attention to the fall of, well, actually heading into like Thanksgiving and Christmas of 2022, do you remember that time frame?
Yes.
And did you have occasion to see your sister during that period of time?
Yes.
And let's direct our attention to, let's say, Thanksgiving 2022. Had you noticed any change in Lindsay's personality or any observation of how she appeared to you?
I will say on Thanksgiving in particular is when the first time I saw her in person after quite some time. I had known she had not been doing well via text message communication that we had. I think on Thanksgiving, she, her mood did not look good, her energy, she didn't seem very energized. It definitely seemed off from how I've seen her in the past.
And were you aware that that carried through from November into December around the holiday season if you had stayed in touch with her?
Yes.
And can you tell us what you observed about her around the holiday season as it related to her, from your observations and your texting and your communications with Lindsay? How did she appear to you at that point?
The beginning of December, it seemed like she very much decompensated. I do remember her saying at one point at the beginning of December, something along the lines of, I'm in a really tough spot. And knowing what she had shared with me previously about how her mental health had been struggling, I had this gut feeling that something was off and that she was really struggling, and I asked her if she was safe.
What did she say?
She said yes at that point.
And you knew her husband, Pat?
Yes.
And you knew the kids?
Yes.
Obviously. Do you recall around Christmas itself and perhaps a little bit thereafter that you spoke with her and that she indicated basically, I'm not doing okay?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what you observed about her demeanor or her symptomology when you said she was decompensating around that time? What were they symptoms in your mind of?
Based on communication with Lindsay, and I started communicating with Pat directly at that time, she was reporting her mood was worsening, as she described as depression. She was having more suicidal thoughts. Insomnia continued to be an issue. She was really not feeling like herself.
And did you know that during that period of time where she was telling you about the suicidal thoughts and the issue of depression, that she was seeing doctors?
Yes.
And what did she tell you about seeing the doctors, and if she was on any medication, and if so, what effect did they have on her?
So the first thing she said about the doctors was back in October when she said that she saw a doctor for Zoloft and had a very awful reaction to that Zoloft.
Would that be Dr. Tufts?
I don't believe she shared that specific with me.
Share the name? Okay.
No.
This is a very fair comment from you, Shamina, and I appreciate it. Shamina says, I had a strong feeling people. It's me. I'm people because I did do this. Would support the defense witnesses while arguing that the state's witnesses weren't necessary, such as complaints that the autopsy testimony wasn't necessary. And I absolutely did that. And that is hypocritical to me, and I'm glad that you pointed that out. Not that you actually called me a hypocrite, but I was being hypocritical. I'll take that label. And upon further review, I didn't understand exactly how this works in Massachusetts, and I would like to amend my initial statement about the autopsy and say that I was wrong, that that testimony was necessary, and it was necessary because they have to still prove all the elements of the crime. And so I take it back. But yes, absolutely was being hypocritical. You're right. I'll try to do better.
And then I think throughout our communication over the couple months of October to December, she did share with me that she was going to doctors, she was getting different prescriptions, kind of all the things that they were trying and different treatments they were looking at.
And do you recall when you were talking with her about her symptoms towards the end of December that she had, in your words, decompensated significantly and stated to you that she felt nothing and that she was scared, things of that nature?
Yes.
What else did she tell you, if you recall?
At the end of December, so I think it was more along the same of, that she is really not feeling well. Her mood is down. She's feeling numb. She's feeling hopeless. I believe at the very end of the month, she told me she had suicidal ideation every day for a month.
Do you recall towards the end of the month around New Year's that she voluntarily admitted herself somewhere?
Yes.
Do you know where she admitted herself?
McLean Hospital.
And while she was at McLean Hospital, ultimately, do you know how she got out of McLean Hospital?
It was my understanding that she was weaning off of some medication that she was on, and then was eventually discharged 5 days later.
Now, did you see her or talk to her after she left McLean Hospital trying to wean herself off of whatever medication it was? Because you don't know what the medication was, right?
I believe it was Seroquel.
Seroquel.
Yep.
Did she tell you anything to the effect that when she got out of the hospital that she felt as though this was a step in the right direction? Did she seem as though she was trying to be positive about her life?
Yes.
And tell us about that, because up until this point you had observed her decompensating and having these symptoms and suicidal ideation and depression and feeling nothing and scary. When she got out of McLean, what did she appear to you and what did she say to you?
I believe she said she felt that was a good plan and that she was starting to feel better.
So was your sister, in your opinion, granted she's your sister and you're biased, obviously, but was she a complainer?
No.
And obviously she didn't share with you in detail her doctors and medicines and things of that nature. Is that fair?
No.
But you were aware of the struggles and the hurt that she was going through?
Yes.
And then through the month of January, did you have occasion to see her, or were you, because you still live in different states?
Yes. Yes, I did have an occasion to see her in January.
When?
We went to Cora's birthday party.
And that was at the trampoline park?
Yes.
How did she appear at that?
I'll rewind just a second. But Shamina says, not just you, Jen, there's so many people saying it. There probably are a lot of people saying it. But I think it's important as I'm not limited to 150 characters to explain my thoughts. And I think it's important that when I do change my mind or recognize that I'm being hypocritical, that I say that to you guys. I think that's important. Pen Pal John says, if I were, God forbid, in this position, I would have asked for a bench trial, show absolute remorse, explain to the judge it was a psychotic break. There would be no punishment that would fit the pain. I think that there's a lot of benefit to having a bench trial, particularly when there are difficult, nuanced legal concepts that have to be understood. And I think that, especially in a situation like this, where there's going to be a lot of emotions, and rightly so. Look, nothing about this case, nothing about the outcome, what the jurors ultimately decide, is going to make this family whole, and it's not going to bring those children back. And that's the saddest part of it all, because when you take a child's life, you rob the world of their potential. And I think that it's important for me to continue to acknowledge that fact, because I think sometimes that does get lost. But I think, a bench trial would be good in this situation.
I think she looked like she was going through the motions of putting together a birthday party for her daughter. Yes, I did have an occasion to see her in January.
When?
We went to Cora's birthday party.
And that was at the trampoline park?
Yes.
How did she appear at that?
I think she looked like she was going through the motions of putting together a birthday party for her daughter, but she looked tired. She looked like she was still struggling.
So there was a difference in your observation of what you had known your sister to have as a personality.
Yes.
And then, of course, the horrible day, were you aware, or did somebody call you and tell you that the children had been killed?
Yes.
One of them still survived and ultimately passed.
Yes.
And do you recall who told you that?
Yes.
Who was that?
My mother.
And as a result of getting the call from your mother, what did you do?
I jumped in the car, packed a bag, and I sped up to South Shore Hospital, which is where I was told she was.
Did you see her in South Shore Hospital?
No.
Did you know that she was then transferred to another hospital after South Shore?
Yes.
And what hospital was that?
I believe it was Brigham and Women's.
And were you able to visit her in Brigham and Women's?
Yes.
And did it take some time before they would allow you to visit with her?
Yes.
How long, if you know?
I think it was approximately 2 weeks.
Okay. And then you were able to see her pretty much on a regular basis?
Yes.
And where does your mother and father live?
In Connecticut.
And are you close to them?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury, from the time of this incident in January 24th of 2023 up until now, 2026, where has your mother and father been living?
My parents have been spending the majority of their time up here in Massachusetts.
Why?
So that they could visit Lindsay as much as possible.
Almost on a daily basis?
Yes.
Was that in a bed and breakfast or a bed and bath, or was it a hotel, or where were they staying?
They've been living out of hotels.
Thank you, that's all. You can inquire. Como.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Now, when Lindsay was at McLean Hospital and she was discharged, did she tell you that she asked to be discharged early to go to Cora's birthday party?
I can't recall.
And do you recall speaking to the police on January 25th, just a day after this all happened back in 2023?
Yes.
And do you recall telling them that you saw Lindsay 2 weeks prior to the 24th, roughly around the birthday party time, and that she seemed okay?
Yes.
Do you recall telling the police that you spoke to her in phone calls many times after she was discharged to McLean, and that her tone of voice in those calls seemed better?
I did not speak to her on the phone. Most of our communication was via text.
So you don't recall saying that to the police, that the tone of Lindsay's voice in our phone conversations was better the last couple weeks since she had been released from the hospital?
I believe when I said that, I meant her tone via her text messages.
And so her tone in her text messages was better?
A bit.
And do you recall telling police that you spoke to Lindsay on Thursday, January 19th, 2023, and she seemed okay?
Yes.
And that was a phone call, correct?
That was text message.
Text message, okay.
Yes.
So when you were saying spoke to the police, you were referring to text messages?
Correct.
And so in that text message, she seemed fine?
She seemed okay.
So she had just been released from McLean Hospital at the beginning of January, and all of your communications after the birthday party were text messages, is that correct?
I think the date's wrong.
I believe so, yes.
And just so we make sure we have the date correct, after she was discharged from McLean in January of 2023, up until January 24th, 2023, all of your communications were via text.
Yes.
Did you visit her at her home that month?
No.
You didn't reach out or call her at all, correct?
I reached out and called, yes. I did not visit her at her home, no.
When you called, did she respond? Did she answer the phone?
I'm sorry, let me backtrack. I can't recall whether I made a phone call. I can recall the majority of our communication between January 1st and January 24th was via text message.
Okay, so there could have been some phone calls.
I cannot recall any phone calls.
You are a licensed social worker, correct?
Correct.
And you're a mandated reporter, correct?
Yes.
And at any point in time between January 1st, 2023 and January 24th, 2023, did you have enough concern about the safety of the kids or the safety of your sister to file a report as a mandated reporter?
No.
Thank you.
Mr. Reagan?
Oh, yeah, Judge, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let me step down.
I would call Paula Musgrove, please.
Shamina asks, is it true her parents are seeking money through a GoFundMe for reimbursement for spending their savings? I haven't heard that, but let me look into that for you, Shamina. Let's see if I can find out.
All right, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay, I'm going to ask.
All right, before we continue, I don't know why I just did this. This is not what I wanted. All right, Shamina asked about a GoFundMe, and the answer I wrote in the chat. I wrote the question: Do Lindsay Clancy's parents have a GoFundMe? Details, and this was written August 17th today at 12:32 Eastern. This is the New York Post. Details of Lindsay Clancy's parents' sacrifice revealed as GoFundMe raises a whopping $800,000. Lindsay's parents moved from Connecticut to Massachusetts to, quote, remain by her side, end quote, through her harrowing murder case, according to a GoFundMe that has raised more than $800,000 for mom and dad. The crowdsourcing fund was set up for Lindsay Clancy's parents, Mike and Paula Musgrove, last week. So there is a GoFundMe, and this is her mom taking the stand right now. So we're going to listen to her, and then as a break appears, I'll look into when there's a break. We'll talk about this in more detail. Okay, we'll figure out who started the campaign.
Remind everybody else, just speak into the microphone if you can keep your voice up, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Afternoon. Tell us your name and spell your name, please.
My name is Paula Musgrove, Paulamusgrove.
And Mrs. Musgrove, fair to say that you are Lindsay's mother,
Yes, I am Lindsay's mother.
and your husband is here as well in the blue shirt, correct?
Yes,
We've been here for every day for the trial. Is that correct?
yes.
I just have a few questions for you. Obviously, you tell us about Lindsay when she was a kid. Was she a good kid, good student, that type of thing?
She was a very good kid and an excellent student, very excellent student all through school, through high school, college. Yes, excellent.
Ever been in trouble, law enforcement or schools or discipline or anything?
No.
Were you aware of her husband, Pat?
Yes,
And obviously, you knew when they got married and when they were dating and things of that
Yes.
nature, right? Went to the wedding, obviously.
yes,
Fair to say that you were close to your daughter and Pat,
yes,
and you knew, obviously, the grandchildren?
yes.
Tell the jury how you interacted and felt about your grandchildren.
I loved my grandchildren with all my heart. And you never know what it's like to love a grandchild until you become a grandmother. And it was the most beautiful thing. I love them with all my heart.
Now, did you have occasion to see how Lindsay reacted and treated her kids as a mother?
Yes.
And granted that you're her mother, so you're obviously biased, tell the jury what observations you made of Lindsay as a mother through the years after Cora was born, and then Dawson, and then, of course, baby Callan.
Lindsay was a very loving mother. She was dedicated to her children. She was a fun mother. She was always doing things for her kids. She always wanted to be a mother, have many children, and I felt it was the best thing that ever happened to her. And she would do anything for her children. She was just a loving mother.
Now, in 2022, Callan was born, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you stay in touch with Lindsay and Pat during that period of time, the spring into the summer of 2022?
Yes.
And how often would you see them or talk to them, or what would you do? You go to cookouts, or would you have parties, or how would you socialize?
Myself and my husband would travel from Connecticut to Duxbury at least 2 or 3 times a month, as well as them coming to Connecticut to visit us.
And would you agree that in the summer, for example, of 2022, that Lindsay and Pat were active with the kids and were pretty happy?
Very happy, yes.
Did you observe in the summer of 22 any changes at that point in her personality and the way she was acting with her friends in society?
In the summer, no.
And they were having a fairly good summer.
Yes.
Did you notice at some point a change in Lindsay's demeanor?
Yes.
Tell the jury when that was.
It was sometime probably around the 2nd week of October.
What happened that you noticed?
I noticed that she had become very anxious. She told me she was anxious about going back to work because Callan was having trouble taking a bottle and she didn't feel right about leaving him.
And as a result of that, did she tell you that she was going to put off going back to work?
Yes, she told me she was applying for an extension.
Now, did you know at that point that she was going through any issues involving depression or anxiety or having any suicidal ideation or anything like that?
At that point, no.
At what point, if any, did you become aware that your daughter was suffering from this symptomology?
In late October.
And how did that come about?
She sent me a text message.
And do you recall when that was?
Yes, that was on October 20th.
Now, Your Honor, the government has introduced into evidence the entire of the phone dumps, if you will, and I think they put it on a disc, and it's probably thousands of pages, but I do have the text thread that deals with that time frame in October. I'd like to offer that so that it's apparent what I'm referring to rather than having to search through thousands of pages of a disc.
No objection.
Okay. They may be admitted.
So approaching, what were we after this thing?
276.
Now, the text message that you're referring to, would that be on October 20th of 2022?
Yes,
And do you have that on your phone right now?
I do.
Can you just pull that up for us?
I can. Just give me a moment. Okay, I have it.
Counselor, do you have a copy maybe that she could look at?
Oh, I have a copy.
Yeah, that might be easier for the witness.
So I'm going to approach you with this board and ask if this is a copy of the text that you're referring to.
Yes, it is.
Would you read that for the jury?
Hold on, I got to address this right now. All right. Here's the deal. Thank you, Judge, for stepping in. First of all, this shouldn't. I've never seen an attorney ask a witness to pull up their own phone. Okay, that's not how this works at all. All right. The other side in this situation, the Commonwealth, must be afforded the opportunity to remember those books that were on tape when you were a kid, and you'll know it's time to turn the page when you hear this chime. You know, remember that? That's basically the same situation. That's the scenario, right? You got it. They have to be able to read along, and they wouldn't be able to read along if they're looking at her phone. Her phone's not in evidence. So, you know, come on, Reddington.
Mom, will you please come up and stay with me for a bit? I'm really sick. Something is wrong. I had horrible insomnia all night, and I just don't know how I'm going to get through the day. I started taking the medicine my doctor prescribed for anxiety, and I think it's made things worse. It's just really scary, and I don't want to be alone.
You want to write off this?
Objection. It's already in evidence.
What do we mark it for identification? Is that text within the?
I'd rather have it in the board.
Well, I know you would, but we already have the.
They want a little training. Can I just offer the board like?
No, we're going to mark that for identification. The text that is been referred and read to is within Exhibit 276, which was just offered.
I'm sorry, which is what?
I think it was within Exhibit 276, which was within that thread that you just offered.
Okay, so I will then, that would be 276,
Yeah.
so that will be over here. As a result of receiving that text, did you then come up to?
Hold on a second.
Exhibit W for identification.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, thank you.
All right, thank you.
So as a result of that, did you come up to Duxbury?
Yes, same day.
And tell us about that. What happened that day at the end of October?
Lindsay had been, I believe she went to the emergency room that day, and she had come home. She was feeling a bit better. She told me that she couldn't sleep. She was very anxious, and she was afraid.
And how long did you stay with her?
At that point,
Yes.
I believe at that point I stayed for about a week.
And was your husband with you?
He came later. He didn't come directly with me then because he was still working, so he came later.
I never asked. What did you do for work?
I worked for Weight Watchers.
And you're retired?
Yes.
How about your husband? Is he working now?
He recently retired.
And what was the nature of his work?
He was in photography,
What kind of photography?
school picture photography.
For yearbooks and things like that?
Yeah, and school pictures, and you had your kids' pictures taken.
And he just recently retired.
Yes.
Is it fair to say that during the month of October into November, into the holidays in December, that you and your husband would stay with Lindsay and the kids?
Yes. I stayed more than my husband because he needed to go back home to work.
Sure. While you were staying with Lindsay, can you tell us your opinion as to her condition? Was it decompensating? Was she getting better as time went on through November and December into the holidays?
Through November into December, it was not getting better into the holidays.
And you knew she was on medication at that point?
Yes.
You knew she was seeing doctors at that point?
Yes.
So tell us, is there an incident that came to your mind that you recall that occurred on one evening that indicated to you how seriously she was suffering?
There were many. One particular evening that was disturbing to me was that, she was afraid to be alone, and she actually asked if she could sleep with me.
When was that?
That was late November, early December.
And did she indeed sleep with you on that occasion?
She did.
Continuing on through the holidays, did you guys get together for the holidays, Christmas or Thanksgiving, if you recall?
Yes, I was down there probably most of December through Christmas Eve, and then I left on Christmas Eve to come home to see my other daughter and her family, and then Lindsay actually came to my house later the day on Christmas Day.
Was she with Pat?
Yes.
Okay, and the kids?
Yes.
During that period of time, did you make further observation as time went into January? Oh, back it up. At some point, she voluntarily went into McLean Hospital?
Yes.
You knew that?
Yes.
How did you know that?
I was there.
What do you mean you were there?
I was at Lindsay's house staying with them.
You take care of the kids?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that Pat's parents, mom and dad, also stepped up, taking care of the kids, helping out during this period of time?
They were there, I guess, when we weren't there. I didn't really see them, but.
Right, because you guys would be different time frames.
Right.
But you all were pulling together as a family, is that
Right.
correct? January, leading up to January 24th, do you recall, and can you tell the jurors what, if any, observations you made of Lindsay and her condition?
Lindsay had lost a lot of weight. She had become, during this whole time, paranoid about different things that really she shouldn't have, really weren't logical to become paranoid about. She would mention that this wasn't her mind. She would say to me, this isn't me. I've never been like this before. And I would agree because she wasn't. She was attempting to go through the motions of her day, take care of the kids as best she could. She didn't want to drive. So at times when Pat didn't go pick the kids up at school, I would drive Lindsay to pick the kids up at school because she was afraid to drive.
Did she express to you concern that in this time frame that people at the school, teachers and other people would be able to know what she was thinking and would think that she wasn't a good mother because she was sick?
Yes, she said, the school knows something's going on because I'm not driving my car. They see that I'm not driving my car to pick the kids up.
Do you recall the end of January that she made a statement to you about the medication, in her opinion, what it was doing to her mind?
Yes.
What did she say?
She said that she couldn't remember anything. The medication was pretty much just destroying her mind, and it wasn't her. She said, this isn't me. I just want to feel better and enjoy my kids again.
Now, I know that this is difficult. In December of 2022, do you recall the time that you were in the kitchen with Lindsay and Patrick and she made a statement about her state of mind to her husband, Pat, and you were there?
Yes.
I know it's difficult. Just tell us what you remember.
I remember her being very nervous. I remember her saying, I just have to tell you guys something. And then she told us.
What did she tell you?
She told us that she had thoughts of harming the children.
Thank you very much.
Why don't we take the afternoon recess at this time? We'll come back for cross-examination. All right. So, ma'am, you can step down.
Thank you.
All right. So, members of the jury, we're going to take the break at this time. We expect to have you back about 2 o'clock. Okay?
All rise, please. Jurors exiting.
I don't know why they would be taking the afternoon recess at this point, but they are. So we'll just scooch on up to current time. And we have about 15 minutes. Not. All right, so let's go over this GoFundMe, shall we? All right, let me get over here to this other screen. Give me just 1 second. All right, so here's their actual GoFundMe page. All right, here it is. It was started by Brandy Mulligan for Michael Musgrove. The Musgrove family. Let's see, when did this get started? Let's see if we can see. This has been updated 8/15/2026, which was 2 days ago. Can you guys see it? Okay, good. Just checking. In January 2023, Lindsay Clancy was accused of killing her 3 young children in their Duxbury, Massachusetts home. She is now on trial. The Musgrove Family Fund is for the 2 people who have remained at her side through every step of what followed. Her parents, Mike and Paula Musgrove. For more than 3 years, Mike and Paula have shown up for Lindsay. They have attended her court proceedings and relocated from their Connecticut home to Massachusetts so they could be close to their daughter. Paula is retired. Mike is a photographer. They have spent years absorbing the travel, lodging, and living costs required to remain close to their daughter, drawing down savings they spent a lifetime building. They have not walked away from their daughter, and they have not been unclear about why. They love her. Nothing about this fund asks anyone to share their view of Lindsay or the criminal case. It asks donors to recognize the extraordinary financial burden her parents have carried simply by continuing to be present. The purpose of this fund is to help Mike and Paula rebuild the financial stability they have sacrificed over these past 3 years. Contributions will help cover the accumulated costs of travel, lodging, living expenses, and other family expenses arising from their continued support of Lindsay throughout her case. Mike and Paula are the named beneficiaries and direct recipients of the fundraiser through GoFundMe. The fund was established with their knowledge and consent, and Lindsay's attorney, Kevin Reddington, is aware of it. The Musgroves will control the funds and determine how they are used for the purposes described above. This case will eventually reach its conclusion. Whatever that outcome is, Mike and Paula will still have to pick up the pieces of the lives they have put on hold to be there for their daughter. They should not have to face that future without the financial foundation they spent decades building. If you believe Mike and Paula deserve that support, please donate or share the Musgrove Family Fund. Thank you so much for your time. So that is the, let me see if I can change this. I don't think, okay, why does it offer me to change the view? Oh, I see. Monthly donation is pre-selected at checkout. Interesting. So at this point, the fund was set up to raise $2 million. That was their goal. They have raised right now at the time of this video or this live, which is 12:50 p.m. local time to me, Central Standard. They have raised $837,892. They have had 25.7K donations. I know that let's see. Are you talking about her testimony, the mom's testimony, Shamina, about the thoughts of harming her children? Pat did testify that she did say that. Yes. Let's scroll up to where we're having the comments. Tamrock says, this is respective to the testimony by the family. Tamrock says, I don't believe the family. ATS News says, sad. Tessmac says, so much collateral damage. Tamrock says, why would you let her stay alone with the kids after hearing that? Tamrock says, I also don't have a problem with people donating to the family. Pen Pal John says, going back to what the ward said, I don't think anyone would disagree that mom was depressed. What we need to hear is what happened in the 20 minutes. End of story. This is a waste of money and time. ATS says, I hope people take these things more seriously after this trial. Jessica says, yeah, it's not safe to leave the kids alone with her after that. ATS says, I don't think Patrick or her mom ever thought Lindsay would do this. I don't know. All I can think. Jonah's mom says, I don't think that her admitting that she had thoughts of killing her children is proof of psychosis. Tess says, I don't think families ever believe this could happen to them. Shamina says, I don't believe the sister or the mother. Pen Pal John says, this is ridiculous. They should be humble. Be humble. Sit down. Use money to start scholarship for the kids. Take the loss. Pray for forgiveness and a little witness protection. Pen Pal said, Pen Pal John says, let's do a GoFundMe for the struggling women who don't kill their kids and their parents who are trying to get by. Joey Cat says long-term temporary housing in Greater Boston is extremely expensive. Not 800,000, but definitely in the tens of thousands. Alicia says, I think their family, or her family, I should say, is willing to do whatever they need to do to help get her off. ATS News says, I see nothing wrong with her family wanting to replenish their retirement for hiring their kids' defense. You know what? I got to confess, I'm not exactly sure how I feel about that GoFundMe. I am conflicted because in the United States, if you cannot afford an attorney, one is provided for you at no cost to you. And under the circumstances, her A, being divorced, and B, being in the situation that she's in, Lindsay, speaking of Lindsay, she would qualify as indigent. She would be declared indigent and therefore would qualify for a attorney provided by the state, paid for by the taxpayers of Massachusetts. And if somebody chooses to pay for that, somebody chooses to say, you know what, yeah, you're afforded the rights to have an attorney provided for you by the state, but we want to pay for a privately funded attorney. Is it, I mean, if you make the choice to fund your daughter's legal expenses and you relocate from your home to another state, which, let's be clear, it's not like Connecticut and Massachusetts are like, you know, they're fairly small states. I mean, they're close together. It's not like, you know, driving just from the East Texas, the farthest point in East Texas, across to the farthest point in West Texas. I mean, just getting out of Texas from DFW is over 12 hours. It's like that part of it's like 16 hours. So, I mean, it's not that. But at the end of the day, you know, people can request, people have GoFundMe's every day, right? And I suppose at the end of the day, really what it boils down to is what the people who are donating feel. If they put up a GoFundMe, I mean, if somebody on their behalf puts up the GoFundMe and people want to donate to it, then that's their choice. You know, so I have mixed emotions about it because I can see both sides of the argument. But at the end of the day, for me, I think personally, the way I feel about it is, I mean, yeah, ideally you'd want to recoup. Ideally, you'd want to not even have to be using your own money. This would have never happened, ideally, right? So, but here you are. And if people want to donate it, then people want to donate to it. I feel the same way about Patrick. Carly Quinn says, okay, so what about Patrick raising the money, then leaving the state? I feel that, look, this is how I feel about it. I feel the same way. People put up GoFundMe's every single day. And people, once they're up and they're public, people will either choose to donate or they won't, right? None of which I have control over. So I feel like at this point, it's, you know, I don't care. You know, and if people want to donate, let them donate. If they don't want to donate, they don't want to donate. But I mean, I think, and Chona's mom, don't you worry, we're not going to talk about it beyond this, right? I think we have to talk about it because it came up during the live, and of course I want to go and look into it. So the first witness for the defense, hey Elena, was a co-worker of Lindsay Clancy. She was a labor and delivery nurse, and I mean, I suppose the most substantive, potentially, the relevant portion of her testimony was about the conversation with about a patient and who wanted to harm herself while she was pregnant. And this nurse and Lindsay had a conversation about Andrea Yates, who Lindsay was unfamiliar with. And that can be evaluated both ways. I mean, even though it was years prior, she could have recalled that conversation and decided, okay, I'm going to say I was, you know, I have postpartum psychosis. If you're viewing it through the lens of the Commonwealth, right? If you're viewing it from the lens of the way that the defense wants it to be portrayed, is that Lindsay was devastated about when she heard about the Andrea Yates case from this nurse and couldn't understand how a mother could hurt her children, particularly kill their children, specifically, I should say. Yeah, it's not, you know, like as far as this GoFundMe goes, I'm just going to say it like this. My name's Paul. That's between y'all. That's just how I feel. Shamina says it's their child. They didn't have to spend their savings. This is complete BS, even asking people to send money for that. I mean, people put up GoFundMe's all the time, and some of them are for actual worthy causes, you know what I mean? And then some of them are BS. It's the nature of the beast. And at the end of the day, does it really, I mean, you know, people are going to donate or they're not. It is what it is. So I'm not going to get like, and I don't feel any way about it that way. I'm not going to either. I feel like there's other issues in this case that are worth discussing. And I don't know. Just for me personally, I'm not negating you guys' opinions. I love that you have your opinions and that you feel completely comfortable to say it in this chat. I mean, listen, before I was a creator on YouTube, I was a subscriber to YouTube. I've been all over the YouTube streets, or as I refer to it as Hell's Half Acre. Okay. I've seen a lot of chats. I've seen a lot of things go down, good and bad, over the years. And when I created my channel, well, I mean, obviously you can have a channel. Everybody has a channel. It's just whether you put content on it or not. So when I decided to create this channel, because this is not the channel it's still not even the channel I used to chat. My other channel is. But when I chose to make a channel and put content, utilize it for content, I said right from the beginning that I was not going to be a creator like that. That even if people disagreed with me, that I wouldn't immediately and automatically consider that to be like a troll. I think that it's important for other opinions to be discussed. It's not just about my opinion. If you're going to just give your thoughts and opinion, like for me personally, then you make a video. What's the purpose of having a live chat if no dissenting opinion is going to be allowed? I'm just never going to have that. I'll help him. Jonah's mom said, Jonah has decided that he's going to create a channel. I said, oh yeah? Who's going to help you with it? I volunteer, Jonah. I'll help you. Absolutely, I will help you. Pen Pal John says, I wonder if the civil lawsuits Lindsay Clancy and Pat have against doctors and nurses are strategic in providing offense for the criminal trial. I actually think that in all likelihood, their civil case has actually hurt and shaped in a negative way the testimony from the providers that they are suing. I wonder, because it puts them in they're going on record, okay, in a criminal trial, but they're under oath. And I think that it shaped the way that they testified, the tone in which they testified, which, speaking of their testimony, I thought it was very, very interesting that although Julie Paul is listed as a defendant in the lawsuits, when it was Kevin Reddington's opportunity to cross-examine her, he said that basically you took care of your patient in the best way that you knew how. You were providing good care to your patient, something to that effect. And she is the only doctor, quite frankly, or provider. She's not a doctor, she's a nurse practitioner, but she is the only provider that was on the stand for the Commonwealth that Mr. Reddington didn't go after in that way, and their quality of care of Lindsay Clancy. She is the only witness, and I just thought that was interesting, and I'm curious how that's going to help or hurt. Pen Pal John says, Pat Brown suggested that mom was not really intending to unalive herself. It was more a cry. She said if it were real, she would have run or driven away and finished the job without being interrupted. I don't actually know how I feel about that, or whether I agree with that or not, because I can see the thought process behind that thought. I can see I can see the linear thinking that was reached in order to draw that conclusion. But the thing about taking one's own life is that it goes against our basic instinct to survive, humans' basic survival instinct, right? Number one. And number two, so with that said, if it goes against a human's instinct to survive, there has to be some level of not right thinking there. And for somebody to feel that their circumstances are such, there is no hope. Things will not ever get better. And the only way out of that situation is to no longer be alive. The amount of hopelessness that you must feel that a person must feel in not being able to even imagine a scenario where even just one thing gets better. Maybe not the whole circumstances, maybe not everything gets better, but if just one thing can get better, I would say that is the kind of thinking that takes place sort of in that situation would negate a little bit her thought process about whether she was serious, whether this was a real attempt or a cry. I don't know. And I think Jessica says, Lindsay couldn't have driven away. Once she went out the window, she was paralyzed. People with the type of break she had rarely live. I think what Pat Brown is likely saying is that if it were a real attempt, each and every single thing would have been done away from the home so that she minimized as much as you can in these situations the risk of being stopped or saved. I think that was, I didn't hear that actual statement. So I don't, but to me, like, context wise, that, Scott, it's funny that you bring this up because I was talking about this earlier. Scott says extensive suicide research shows that women gravitate towards means that are neater and less instantly lethal. Thus, women survive more attempts. Yeah, because there is study that indicates that even in that moment, with the amount of hopelessness that a person feels, that the only way is to no longer be alive. There is research that indicates that even in that moment, women think about, one, who's going to find them, and two, who's going to clean up the mess. Which I think is interesting and such a dichotomy of a thought process, right? Because if you really think about it, many people, I don't know how, I don't necessarily ascribe to this thought, but many people feel that the act of taking your own life is a very selfish act. You're not actually thinking about the people. You're only thinking about yourself, not about how everybody is going to miss you and all of the things, right? And so many people, label taking your own life as a very selfish act. And so if you believe that, then there's the dichotomy in women, not every woman, but men, by and large, right? Evidence suggests that there's a dichotomy in thinking right in that moment if they're worried about who's going to find them and who's going to clean up the mess. So I do want to say let me look this up, because if I'm not mistaken, when they use the term coded, there's different types of coding. Okay. Let me just check. Hold on a second. Because, and I say that they do, but I mean it, but it's not relative to like code blue. So a code blue is the patient's heart or breathing has stopped. So let me say this. When my little mini Bindi had a febrile seizure, I've talked about this many, many times. They call the code blue. There is a difference between somebody not breathing and somebody's heart stopping. And although they're both serious, like for little mini Bindi, the reason that she stopped breathing is because they gave her a nasal spray dose of Versed, which is similar in the way that it controls brain activity. What is it? It's called I was thinking about this like 20 minutes ago or 30 minutes ago when I was hanging up laundry while I was listening. Let me just, for whatever reason, I cannot think of my brain just will not. Hold on, I have to look it up. They calm the central nervous system. Versed does that. They're a central nervous system depressant. And if you think about that, so what happened is she had a nasal spray, and then they did try an IO line. And by the time we got to the emergency room at the Children's Hospital, of course, the IO had already, injection of Versed had taken effect already and stopped the seizure. But at the same time as we arrived at the hospital, shortly, about 10 minutes after arriving at the hospital, the effect of the nasal spray Versed took effect, right? And caused her to stop breathing. So she did have to be intubated shortly. So this is what, and they revived her. And I think people are really making a lot about this crushing up of the pills. But is it possible that what Lindsay was really trying to do when she crushed the pills with the Seroquel, with the combination of the Seroquel and the benzodiazepines, because a benzodiazepine calms the central nervous system. Is it possible that that's what that she wasn't trying to take a lethal dose of it? She wasn't intending to use that to take her own life, but more of in an effort to
This court is back in session. You may be seated.
survive the injuries sustained from cutting herself, and but more specifically the injury she sustained from going out the window. Because part of the reason that Lindsay Clancy's temperature drop was due in part to that injury to her spine. And if her central nervous system was already suppressed because of the benzodiazepines, like that is their job. So even if you're taking it at the prescribed dose, that's exactly what it's doing. So if you take more than the prescribed dose, but not enough to be in a therapeutic level, meaning you're not taking it constantly, but you're also not trying to take a lethal dose, is it possible that what she was really trying to do was suppress her central nervous system in an effort not to survive the fall? That's what I wonder. And nobody has asked this question, but I will ask it. What effect, if any, did the benzodiazepines have on her in combination with the spinal injury to her body temperature dropping faster than somebody who was just laying out in the elements that way? That's what I wonder about too. If the benzodiazepines, because of the fact that your body temperature is controlled by your brain, which is your central nervous system, so you have an injury to your central nervous system, and you have something on board that suppresses your central nervous system. Is that something that, are those two combinations part of the reason why her temperature, her core body temperature dropped at a much faster rate than what people would expect? That's what I want to know.
All right, before we proceed with this, could I just see counsel briefly at sidebar?
We've been here for 2 seconds. Why are we seeing the counsel briefly at sidebar? I just wonder about that. There are a lot of things I wonder about. What did Harley say? Harley said, I've literally seen someone in psychosis and I could have made him believe he did anything I wanted. I'm curious about all of this, and I am anxiously anticipating the expert witness testimony of the specifically the psychiatrists on both sides. I want to hear their thoughts and opinions based on their evaluation, their education, their training and experience. I've hiccuped, sorry. I'm curious about all of that. Very curious.
Afternoon.
All right, so we're back now. The defense, the Commonwealth is going to have an opportunity. Back on the stand is the mother, Lindsay Clancy's mother, and she'll be on cross-examination by the Commonwealth.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Trudy Sprague?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Now, you testified in direct examination about the statements that Lindsay made in December about having thoughts about harming the children. When in December was that?
I don't exactly remember. I would say early to mid December, probably maybe earlier rather than mid-December, but I don't exactly remember when.
Okay. And when she made the statement that she had thoughts of harming the children, did either you or Patrick ask her what she meant by that?
I believe I remember Pat asking her if she felt like she couldn't be alone with the children, and she said no.
And after she made those statements, did you have any thoughts about committing her?
No.
Did you have any thoughts about having her come stay with you in Connecticut away from the children?
No.
Were you concerned for the children's safety at that point in time?
No, because I was there.
Okay. And you were asked about some text messages in October, and those are now an exhibit, I believe. Exhibit 276. And so you talked about the text on the 20th when she asked you to come and she was having a hard time, right?
Yes.
A day before, on October 19th, she had sent you a different text message stating, "Hi, Mom, would you ever consider coming to stay with us for a couple days at a time to help with childcare so I can work? And talking to a therapist and doing a lot of thinking, I actually think going to work will help me, but it's really hard with nurses' hours to get childcare that we need. I'm thinking if you could come like Sunday to mid-Tuesday, it'd be really helpful, just a thought." Do you remember that text the day before?
Yes.
And did you agree in a text message that you said, "I can come and help out"?
Yes.
And then after that, that next day is when she said she was having trouble and wanted you there then, and you went that day, correct? But you said you were there for about a week, but there's a text on October 20th that's not included in this exhibit, where on October 24th at 2:36 p.m., you send a text to her saying, "How are things today?" And she responds, "Good." You remember that?
Yes.
So were you already home at that point when you were asking her how she was doing on the 24th?
I must have been home at that point. I honestly don't remember. I was back and forth so many times. So the time frames are really jumbled in my head as far as how long I stayed any particular time.
And so you would go and help out when they asked you to, and then you would go home when things were calmed down a little bit. Is that right?
Not exactly right.
No? And she did say on the 24th that she was doing good that day, correct?
I don't recall, but if that's what the text says, then.
Here you go, if you can look at it.
Yeah. Okay.
So she told you at that point on the 24th she was doing good, right?
Correct.
You could have this page marked as the next exhibit.
Any objection? No. That may be marked.
277. Now, you talked about a time when you went to her home and you actually ended up sleeping with her because she didn't want to be alone. Was that October 20th visit?
No.
When was that?
That was, I can't exactly remember when. I'm going to say probably sometime in November, the latter part of November, maybe the early part of December.
Did she tell you why she was afraid to be alone?
She just said she was afraid to be alone. And one reason, I believe, she said she didn't know if she was going to be able to sleep, but mainly she was afraid to be alone.
And at that point in time, did you consider having her committed to a psychiatric facility?
No.
And did you feel the need to call 911 that day or get her immediate assistance?
No.
You mentioned that in January you saw her and she lost weight. She seemed paranoid about things, seemed to be going through the motions of each day. How often did you see her in January of 2023?
In January, I can't exactly remember how many times I saw her. We were, again, back and forth.
So we have Exhibit 238, which have all of your text messages with Lindsay in January of 2023. And I just want to go through some of them with you. So on page 17 of the exhibit, this is on January 4th, 2023, so the day before she was discharged from McLean. And she sent you a text stating, "Think I'm coming home tomorrow evening, exclamation point. I talked to the doctor and I made up a follow-up appointment with my other psychiatrist besides Rebecca for Friday morning. So she said she'd be okay with me leaving Thursday around 5. Do you remember getting those messages?
Yep.
And were you staying at the home helping out with the kids at that point?
Yes.
And did you go to Cora's birthday party on the 7th?
I did not. It was a children's party. I stayed home with Callan.
Okay. And do you recall when you went home?
I don't recall.
I'm looking at page 28, and there's a text from Lindsay on January 7th, 2023 at 7:02 p.m. to you where it says, "Make it home okay," and you said, "Yep." Does that make sense that you would have gone home on the 7th after the birthday party?
Yes, if that's what the text says, yes.
And then on page 29, we have text messages between yourself and Lindsay on January 8th, where you ask how things are going today, and she says, "Good, going to the Science Museum." You say, "Great, that will be fun. Sleep good last night." And she said, "I actually did, with less Ativan, so that was good." Do you remember that?
I don't recall the exact text messages.
Do you recall her texting you about going to the Science Museum?
No, I don't recall that.
Do you think looking at them might help?
Sure.
I'm going to show you page 29 and then page 30. Does that refresh your memory?
That's what the text says, yes.
And then on page 34, you ask how the museum was today, and Lindsay sent you some photographs and said it was fun, the kids really liked it. Do you remember that?
I don't really recall the Museum of Science experience or text, but if they're there in the text messages, then they were sent, yes.
Okay. Then on page 39, this is January 10th. You say at 9:48 a.m., "Good morning, how are you doing today?" And Lindsay responded, "Good, at the gym with the kids." You said, "Nice, still sleeping good?" And she responded, "Pretty good, yeah, not perfect, but enough." And you said, "Are you feeling any better during the day?" And she said, "So far, a little bit." They said a week off the Seroquel should make more of a difference, so a couple more days till that, but I do think it's helping being off. And you responded, "Okay, a little at a time." Do you remember that conversation?
So I don't recall the exact conversation. I think I probably texted back and forth to Lindsay almost daily during that time. So I don't remember the specific text messages, but I would say if they're there, then that's what we sent back to each other.
Okay. And then there were further text messages that day. Where you say, "How was your day?" later on in the day. And she said it was good, played with the kids a lot, were able to go outside, Kingsbury Club and gymnastics, kept them busy, and me too. So do you remember her talking to you during that time about going to gymnastics and going to the Kingsbury Club and things like that with the children?
I don't remember the specific text, but I do remember her doing things with the children, yes.
Then on January 11th, the following day, you sent a text, excuse me, how are you feeling today? And she responded with a photo of Callan drinking out of a Mary Lou's cup, saying, we have another Mary Lou's fan. And you said, decaf looks like he's enjoying it. And then later on, you asked again, how are you doing today? And she said, hi, Mom, doing all right. Nothing new, really, just taking it day by day. You said, still feeling a little better. And she said, a little bit. You said, sleeping okay. She said, not great last night because Cora was up with a bellyache. Do you remember that?
So again, we texted so many times daily, twice daily, maybe 3 times daily. So I can't say that I remember the specific text. I do remember the picture of Callan with the Mary Lou cup because that stands out in my mind. But the specific text going back and forth, we just did it so often that I can't say I remember the specific text you're reading back to me.
Okay.
But again, if they were there, then we sent them.
Right. And do you remember Lindsay, talking to you about Cora having stomach issues during the month of January?
Yes.
And belly aches off and on?
Yes.
And then January 13th, again, you're checking in with her. Hi, Lindsay, how are you today? She said, hi, Mom, pretty good today. How about you? And you asked about the little ones, and she said, all good, went to the gym this morning, just hanging out, and now they have no school today. And then the following day, again, you're checking in. Hi, Lindsay, how's your Saturday going? She said, hi, Mom, it's going well, just hanging out. It's yucky here. So these are like daily check-ins that you're doing, checking in on her, seeing if she's okay, seeing if she's feeling better, seeing if she's sleeping well, things like that, right?
Yes.
You also asked her that day on the 14th, do you feel any different since being off the Seroquel? She says, not as much as I was hoping, going to talk to my psychiatrist about it on Monday. You say, but some. She says a little, but I still don't feel like you, but then she corrects it to me. And you ask her if she's going to be able to get outside with the kids today, and she said she's going to try. So similar conversations to that where you're talking about medication and how she's doing on the medication?
Yes. I get
Pen Pal John says, do you know by chance what trial you might cover next? Trying to look forward to something less depressing. Tupac! I'm covering the Tupac murder trial next. That's the next one. Even if we have to go back, because if you're following me on the channel and you're here every day, I'm assuming you're not, like when you're not here, you're watching that trial. It just started today. Today's day number 1. So that's the trial I'm covering next. So whenever this is done, that's the next one.
Then the following day, on the 15th of January, you say, good morning. Is it a good morning for you today? She says, good morning. It's pretty good going to an indoor water park. And she tells you that it's at the Cape Codder. Do you remember them going to the Cape Codder water park?
I do remember them going there, yes.
And then on the following day, on the 16th, you actually texted her, how was the water park yesterday? She said it was fun. Cora and Dawson enjoyed. Callan didn't know what to think of it. Couldn't get any pics because it was too hectic, keeping track of them in the water and stuff. And it was busy, but it was a good time. Does that sound familiar, that they had a good time that day? Yes. And you asked her that day if she had anything planned, and she said Pat took Cora skiing, so she was hanging with the boys. Do you remember that?
Not specifically. I don't remember that text.
She, that same day, sent you some photographs of Dawson doing a drawing of a firefighter and Callan. Do you remember receiving those?
I do remember the pictures, yes.
Then the following day, again, you're checking in every day. You say, you feeling better? She says, a little bit. You said, still taking the same medication. She said, yes, about to have an appointment with her psychiatrist. You said, let me know how it goes. And she said, okay. And then she responds back after her appointment. She recommended another antidepressant since my mood is still very low off the Seroquel. You asked her how she felt about it, and she told you she just wants to feel like herself again, but she's up for trying it, and she just wants to get back to who she was, right?
Correct.
And she told you it was amitriptyline, is that right? Do you remember that?
I don't remember the medication.
Then on the 18th, January 18th, again, you're reaching out, and she says, "Hi, Mom, I'm doing all right. How about you?" And you say you're good. You're thinking about visiting that weekend. And she says, "That sounds good." And you ask her about being able to get out and exercise, and she said she's been walking on the treadmill at the gym for exercise. And you asked her if she started a new medication and if she's feeling better. And she says, "Feel okay, just not great. I did start it 2 nights ago." You said, "Is that the one that takes a while to feel the effects?" She said, "Yup, weeks." And you said, "Is the okay that you're feeling now better than what you were feeling a few weeks ago?" And she said, "Yes." Do you remember that?
Again, I don't remember the specific text, just remember texting back and forth daily about how she's feeling, about, what's different medication-wise, but I can't say I remember that specific text that you're reading me. But again, if they're there, then they were done by us.
Right. And so on the 19th of January, again, you're checking in and say, "How are you feeling today? Can you tell if anything's different with the new medication?" She says, "I'm feeling all right. Nothing new really yet because it takes weeks to really work, but I'm okay." You asked if she's still sleeping well, and she says decently, and the kids get up a lot. So again, more of the same check-ins daily, seeing how she's doing, seeing how she's sleeping, right?
Correct.
And then on the 20th, you reach out, "Is it pizza and movie night?" She says, "Just pizza and playing." And you tell her you're leaving at 9, bringing dessert for the kids, and she says, "Sounds great." So you're talking about your visit that weekend, is that right?
Yes.
And in these texts prior to the visit, you say that it's been a while since you've seen them. So it sounds like from these texts, you're checking in with her every day from January 7th, 2023, all the way up to your visit on January 21st, 2023. You're checking in with her. So you're at home in Connecticut from the 7th until the 21st.
Correct.
And then on the 22nd, that Sunday, Lindsay, Pat, and the older kids, they go to the Carney's house for that bonfire and get together, and you stayed home with Callan, right?
Correct.
And then after they get home, you and your husband left, is that correct?
Yes.
And on the way home, you texted on January 22nd, 2023 at 7:55 p.m., "Enjoyed seeing everyone this weekend. Nice to see you doing better." Is that correct?
If that's what that says, yes, that's correct. I don't exactly remember the text, but yes, if that's what it says, yes.
So from your text, not saying she was doing great, but she was doing better than she was, according to your text, or appeared to be.
The text from me was meant to encourage her because I didn't think it did any good to discourage her. So the text was meant not necessarily what I actually observed that weekend, but it was meant to encourage her because I was encouraging her to do things with the kids to kind of try to get back to normal. So it's not necessarily a representation of exactly what I observed that weekend.
But that weekend, she was able to go to a friend's house with the older kids and Pat and spend a few hours there, correct?
Correct.
And she was able to do activities and hang out with you and your husband. There's a photograph and evidence of the two of you sitting on the couch smiling and hanging out together. So you were able to interact with her, correct?
Correct. The photograph was taken by Cora because Cora wanted to use my phone and take her picture. So Lindsay and I were going to put a smile on our face and let Cora take a picture. Yes, but again, there was other observations I made that weekend, but it was not, I didn't think it was in Lindsay's best interest to discourage her or point out those, because she was making every attempt to feel better and to do things to make herself feel better. So as a mother, I was encouraging her.
Well, you didn't say, I hope you feel better, or you're going to get there, or you're doing it. You actually said, nice to see you doing better, correct? That's what you wrote?
Those were my encouraging words, yes.
And from January 7th up through January 22nd, Lindsay repeatedly told you she was doing okay, she was feeling a little bit better. Not completely better, not 100%, but she kept telling you, I feel a little bit better, I feel a little bit better. You even asked her, is the better you're feeling now better than a few weeks ago? And she said yes, correct?
That's correct, without my observation of her.
And what she was responding to you in text, correct?
Correct.
You also spoke to the police on January 25th, 2023. Do you remember that?
I do.
Do you remember telling the police that Lindsay seemed to be improving since leaving McLean?
I do not recall. I remember speaking to the police. I had just found out what had happened, and I was pretty much in shock. So anything I remember, honestly, I remember 2 things I told the police. Anything else that you have there, I must have said, but I don't recall them. I've been going through my mind. I can honestly recall 2 things I told the police during that interview. I was pretty much in shock.
Okay, so do you remember telling them that she seemed brighter lately?
I don't recall.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Reddington?
Okay, so this is what I think, and I don't know how the jury is going to take this, because there's been a lot of this type of evidence, right? Based on, both on now cross-examination and prior to on the state's case in chief, that essentially, literally, every single person who had any type of contact with Lindsay Clancy, aside from emergency room visits, I'm talking about the people, the providers who interacted with her on a regular basis, her husband, her mother, Patrick's mother, everybody missed this lead up to psychosis. And while I find that to be, I don't quite understand that. I don't see how so many people could have missed so many things, but I also am keeping in mind the concept most people have about what psychosis looks like visually, how a person looks and how they act. And so that is the parents, Patrick, those people, where I'm really, that I can get away, I can move away from, right? I can excuse them missing signs of potential psychosis because they're not trained in the field. I'm not going to lie to you guys, I'm having a very, very, very difficult time wrapping my head around every provider missing it. I'm having a very difficult time with that. I'm not saying it's impossible, but I'm just, how likely is it? That's what I'm curious about. I need to hear from the experts. That's really what it's going to boil down to.
ones that you didn't mark?
Yes.
This was one.
That's all right, I can check later. Just looking here through the exhibits, District Attorney stood up and said to you that I had introduced into evidence and showed you Exhibit 276, which would be a list of texts dated on October 19th. Do you remember that? It was the black one, it was the copies, it wasn't green and blue. You recall that this was introduced into evidence? Do you recall her questioning you from this?
On October 19th?
Yeah, this is the one that I had introduced, was Exhibit 276, and the date would be October 19th, your text thread.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
And then she said, well, there's something missing, and went up and said to you, this text, which would be 277. You recall that? I'm going to show it to you.
You know, Becky, I can get on board with her, with Lindsay Clancy being a hell of a masker. I could get on board with that. The one person that I am having the most difficulty getting around her being able to mask is Rebecca Gelada. And the reason that for that is, unlike Dr. Tufts, this area, specifically postpartum women and substance abuse, mental health issues, which I would suggest that most addiction stems from untreated, undiagnosed mental health issues, self-medicating and trauma, stuff like that. But Rebecca Gelada is who I can't get past. That's the one person that I'm having a very, very difficult time believing that she just missed everything, including the potential for masking.
Yes.
Okay. So what I had introduced was a text thread from October 19th up through and including October 20th. Is that fair to say? Right there?
Yes.
Okay. And the reason I introduced this is because we had introduced earlier, like a whole lot of pages text. And I wanted to focus on the text thread where she said, Mommy, can you stay?
Objection.
Sustained.
So when the district attorney suggested that there's something missing, like I left it out or something, is it fair to say that Exhibit 277 is a totally different date? Look at the date. What is the date that the DA is talking about? You see it on there?
10/23.
10/23. It has nothing to do with the text thread that I introduced, right? It's a day or two after that, right?
Right.
If you know.
Yes.
Now, we had introduced into evidence all.
I'll tell you right now, Judge Bev was seated in this and hearing this case. None of this would be going on. She would be interrupting all the days, all the time. Remember how Judge Bev would do?
Also, the Celebrate record as Exhibit 238 that the state police for the district attorney's office.
So Tess says, my ex-husband had rapid cycling bipolar and he's self-medicated, also was able to mask. However, the mental health professional saw it, even though nobody in his life did. That is the one part that I'm really struggling with, particularly, as I said, Rebecca Gelada, because this was her, I'm not going to say her field of expertise, but what I will say is this was the focus of that clinic, is women who are postpartum and they dealt with many issues that women can have postpartum. And so that's where I'm at. How did exactly Tess? Tess said, me too. How did nobody see anything? It's really weird. Oh, yeah. Pen pal John, Judge Bev would have had a fire under their butts, and she would have just started interrupting and asking her own damn questions. She did that all the time.
That printed out. That is only the month of January. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
And then I introduced into evidence, or tried to introduce into evidence, all of the texts between you and your daughter, right?
Yes.
I think, Your Honor, that's what's, thank you. Okay. This was, I attempted to introduce it, it was objected to, I believe, and it was marked for identification. I would now like to re-offer this in its entirety.
I see counsel sidebar, please.
Let me go back a second. I would like to see why we're at sidebar because I missed that part for some reason.
Counsel.
This was, I attempted to introduce it, it was objected to, I believe, and it was marked for identification. I would now like to re-offer this in its entirety.
Oh.
I see counsel sidebar, please.
Now they got to go up and see about this evidence that he wants to put in its entirety. And I believe that they objected to it being put in its entirety because at that time I think they were trying to sort out exactly. There was a debate as to when the state offered the text messages, were they offered in their entirety? And I think that was the issue. Yes, Harley Quinn. Can I just say, Harley Quinn says in all caps, because she ain't playing today. Can I just say we all need therapy after this? Can I get an amen? Amen, 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 amen. Yes. Let's have a little video, shall we? I know, Mac. Can you believe this bullshit? I'm going to fix that, by the way. I mean, the content of that video would be the same. The visuals are just changing. I had a very cute idea I think you guys will like. Here we go.
Everything's perfectly all right now. We're fine. We're all fine here now. Thank you. How are you?
By the way, could you be like my friend Reebok over here? Strap your shoes on and head on over to that like button. Help a girl out. Come on, y'all. Our like to watch ratio is very askew. Pen pal John says, Tess Mac, I was in a relationship with someone who had bipolar 1. It ruined my life for years. It was exhausting and I walked on eggshells for years. I lost everything trying to make everything okay. You know, I'm sorry that happened to you, Pen pal John, but I will say that I admire the fact that you tried so hard to help. And I think that comment reminds us, perhaps, I know that people were side-eyeing the ever-loving hell out of Patrick Clancy after Rebecca Gelada, Rebecca Gelada said that when she spoke to Patrick and Lindsay about Lindsay potentially being bipolar, how Patrick stood up, or how Patrick said, my wife's not bipolar. I think, reading your comment, I think we can all, that maybe we could give Patrick, those of you who are giving Patrick zero grace, could you, in light of what John said here, give Patrick like 5% grace? Because, and this is really sad to say, that what John is talking about here, about walking on eggshells and trying to make everything right, isn't, what am I trying to say? Isn't a one-off. It's the norm. That's what happens with bipolar. And perhaps Patrick has heard some of those same stories, and that is why he had the reaction that he had. Tess says, I'm so sorry. It's definitely exhausting, Pen Pal John. I forever thought it was something I was doing wrong, like somehow I could make it better. In reality, I could not. Shamina says, my aunt is bipolar. It's exhausting. Shamina said, people act as if you can control being bipolar, etc. It's sad. People don't even want to accept mental illness. I think we all have something off with us. Oh, I will be the first person to stand up and say, yes, I'm a little off. I'm a little off. Oh, dear. Where is it, Melissa? Melissa said, I just seen a video of Pat's new wife on a run, and she has bands tied on her waist. The tinfoil hats are going nuts. Oh, God. Okay, I have some follow-ups. I dealt with bipolar with my mom, and it is as exhausting as it is for us on the outside. It is exhausting for the person dealing with bipolar 2. Also, not the number 2. It's not easy. It's not an easy diagnosis, and it takes a long time.
Thank you very much.
If ever, really, to be able to truly navigate it.
And when you were asked about Exhibit 271 and the text messages on October 23rd and October 24th, that was to establish when you left the home that week of the 20th, correct? Because you said, how are things today? And she said, good, implying that you were no longer with them, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Thank you.
All right. Anything on that, counsel?
Oh, no, thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You sit down. Thank you. All right, defendant.
Yes. I call Dr. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony in the evidence you should give Thank you, sir. You can have a seat.
All right, good afternoon. All right, Mr. Rankin, why don't you hold off? I'm going to give an instruction.
Oh, sure.
At this point.
Yep.
So, members of the jury, I just want to give you an instruction. It's one I probably should have given a little bit earlier in the trial as well. It's going to apply to this witness. It applies to a number of witnesses who testified earlier, and it's going to apply to a number of witnesses who testify after. And it's in regards to expert witnesses. All right. So generally in cases that are tried in our courts, witnesses may testify only to facts that are within their own personal knowledge. Right? That's things that they've personally seen, heard, or felt. However, in a variety of cases, issues arise that are beyond the experiences of laypersons. In those type of cases, we allow a person with specialized training or experience called an expert witness to testify, and to testify not only to facts but also to opinions and the reasons for their opinions on issues that are within that witness's field of expertise and are relevant material to the case. Because a particular witness has specialized training and experience in their field, does not put that witness on a higher level than any other witness, and you are to treat the so-called expert witness just like you would treat any other witness. In other words, as with any other witness, it's completely up to you to decide whether you accept the testimony of any expert witness, including the opinions that they give. It's also entirely up to you to decide whether you accept the facts that are relied on by the expert and to decide what conclusions, if any, you draw from the witness's testimony. You're free to reject the testimony and opinion of such a witness in whole or in part if you determine that the opinion is not based on sufficient education and experience, that the testimony of the witness is motivated by some bias or interest in the case. You must keep firmly in mind that you alone decide what the facts are. So if you conclude that an expert's opinion is not based on the facts as you find those facts to be, then you may reject the testimony and the opinion of the expert in whole or in part. You must remember that expert witnesses do not decide cases, juries do. So in the last analysis, an expert witness is like any other witness in the sense that you alone make the judgment about how much credibility and weight you give to that expert's testimony and what conclusions you draw from the testimony. All right? And I'll go into that a little bit more at the end when I go into the more extensive instructions that I'll give you at the end of the trial. All right, Mr. Reddington.
Afternoon.
Afternoon.
Can you tell us your name and spell your name?
It's Michael Wolfovich. It's V as in Victor, U-L, F as in Frank, O, V as in Victor, I-C-H.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm an emergency medicine doctor. I work full-time at Newton Wellesley Hospital.
Newton Wellesley?
Yes.
And can you tell us are you board certified, sir?
I am. I'm board certified in emergency medicine.
And that would be by the American Board of Emergency Medicine?
Correct.
And how long have you been practicing emergency medicine?
I did 3 years of residency, and this is my 13th year as a full-time attending.
And you're presently employed, where is it?
Newton Wellesley Hospital primarily, and then I do some additional shifts at Emerson Hospital in Concord.
How about medical school? Where'd you go to med school?
St. Louis University School of Medicine.
And what year did you graduate?
2011.
Obviously licensed in the Commonwealth.
Yes, sir.
In the course of your training and experience, sir, do you work full-time in a particular field of medicine?
Just emergency medicine. So basically we see any and all comers, anything from ankle sprains to traumas.
Okay. Did I ask you to review some documents regarding this particular case involving Lindsay Clancy?
You did. You asked me to review the...
what you reviewed.
Oh, sorry. You asked me to review the photos from the crime scene and then the emergency medical records from South Shore Hospital, Brigham and Women's Hospital, and then the records from her hospital stay at Brigham and Women's Hospital.
So in reviewing all of those various hospital records, sir, you're aware that on January 24th of 2023, she initially was transported to South Shore Hospital. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell the jurors what's treatment she received at the South Shore Hospital briefly?
So she arrived with a GCS of 10, meaning she was not really very responsive.
Let me interrupt you just because that, what did you say, a G6?
GCS, Glasgow Coma Scale.
Okay, slow down, because I don't understand. What is a GCS?
It's a Glasgow Coma Scale. It's a series of things that we look at to determine how responsive somebody is, you know, whether their eyes are opening spontaneously, whether they're able to speak on their own, and whether you're able to understand what they're saying, and then how much, if at all, they're moving, whether they're moving spontaneously, whether they can follow commands, that kind of thing.
Okay. So the Glasgow Coma Scale GCS of 10, what does that tell you as an emergency room doctor?
Tells us that she was not very responsive on arrival. It sounds like she was not speaking intelligibly, and the doctors at South Shore Hospital were concerned about her ability to maintain her own airway and made the decision to intubate her, which means putting a breathing tube down her throat into her lungs and placing her on a ventilator and sedating her.
Was she also, what would be, I guess, referred to as hypothermic?
She was.
What does that mean?
Means that her body temperature was below what's considered normal. So in her case, her core body temperature was, I believe, 82.1 degrees, which would put her into severe hypothermia.
And did you note that she was tachycardic and hypotensive?
Yes.
What did that mean?
So it means that her heart rate was above 100, and hypotensive means that her blood pressure was below what is considered normal.
And South Shore Hospital, were they able to stabilize her?
It sounds like they were able to stabilize her by placing a breathing tube in her neck, in her throat, to help with her breathing, and then they basically proceeded to obtain a bunch of imaging, started her on medications to sedate her and artificially raise her blood pressure. They started working on rewarming her, and then in conjunction with the trauma team there, they made the decision that she would be better served at a hospital with a higher level of care.
Okay. And can you tell us what the injuries were that she presented herself with to the South Shore Hospital?
So there were multiple injuries. She had lacerations to bilateral wrists.
When you say lateral, what does that mean?
Bilateral, both sides. So she had a laceration both to her left wrist and to her right wrist, and then multiple superficial lacerations as well. And then she also had multiple superficial lacerations to both sides of her neck, the front of her neck, and 2 deeper lacerations to the sides of her neck.
So when you say superficial lacerations and then deeper lacerations, do you recall what's the standard? What do you look for in something like that?
So it's tough. Everybody will describe them a little bit differently. In her case, I would describe multiple superficial lacerations, which would typically mean kind of scrapes on the surface of the skin, nothing that actually gets through the full thickness of the skin. And then she also had full thickness lacerations, meaning that she made it all the way through the skin into the subcutaneous tissue, the fatty tissue. And then you would need to describe it further if any additional structures were injured, which in her case they were not.
Now, in your experience for a number of years in the emergency room, have you had occasion to treat people that have tried to commit suicide or successfully committed suicide by cutting their throat?
Multiple times.
Multiple times. And can you tell us, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, sir, as to whether or not this injury or these injuries that you observed were consistent with what you've seen in other suicide attempts?
Sustained.
Well, can you tell us, did that look like an effort to pretend or fake a suicide?
Sustained.
Well, when you looked at the injuries, did you make a determination that they appeared to have some impact on the human body of Ms. Clancy?
Yes.
What was that?
They were consistent with self-injurious behavior. The intent, I can't gauge, but...
Anything further?
Okay.
Next question.
Yep, thank you. How about the wrist? What did you observe about the wrist injuries, sir?
So she had 2 full-thickness lacerations, one on the left and one on the right.
What does that mean?
Means that she made it all the way through the epidermis and the dermis, which is what makes up the skin in the wrist, and into the fatty tissue, which is the next layer.
Okay. Are you familiar in your experience, sir, with hesitation wounds in a suicide attempt?
Yes, to some extent.
What does that mean?
Means typically that they're more kind of subtle, weaker attempts to hurt yourself, not necessarily anything that's going to be deep to the structures of the skin, but more just scrapes along the surface.
Okay, and you noticed some of those on the neck area as well, is that correct?
There were multiple of those on both the neck and the wrists.
As it relates to the injuries to the wrists, did you observe any vascular structures or penetration of the cervical, the fascia?
There was not.
Okay. What other injuries did you recall from reviewing the medical records?
So she also had multiple fractures in her cervical spine, which are the vertebrae that make up her neck, including what's called a burst fracture of C1, and then other fractures of C4. She also had fractures of multiple levels of the thoracic spine. I believe she had multiple transverse process fractures on both the right and left.
What does that mean, transverse fractures?
Transverse processes are lateral projections, basically projections that go sideways off of the bone that allow the ribs to articulate, connect with the spine, and they also allow muscles to connect, and they help support the basically overall ring structure of the spinal canal.
And was she then transported by med flight or life flight to a Boston hospital?
She was.
What does that tell you as an emergency surgeon when someone's transported by med flight or life flight?
Typically means that her injuries are felt to be severe enough that she needs immediate intervention and further treatment, that the hospital that is basically necessitating the transport is saying that they cannot provide at their facility.
She was then transported to what hospital?
Brigham and Women's Hospital in Boston.
She was admitted to what unit?
Surgical ICU.
And you had a chance to review all those medical records as well?
I did.
Did she suffer a particular event that night that you recall from looking at the records?
She did shortly after arriving in the surgical ICU. It sounds like they were moving her, and when they moved her, they noticed that her blood pressure dropped, her pulse became faint, and subsequently she actually suffered a complete cardiac arrest and required 2 rounds of cardiopulmonary resuscitation with compressions and medications before she was able to be revived.
And she also, to your knowledge, had suffered significant hemorrhage and had to have a fairly massive blood transfusion?
Yes, they placed chest tubes, which are basically plastic tubes that go into the chest cavity on both sides, and had about 300 cc's of blood come out from each side. And there was also noted to be significant hemorrhage around the spine and into the mediastinum, which is the portion of the chest that houses a lot of the organs like your esophagus, your trachea, blood vessels, that kind of thing.
Now, if there's a fracture or a serious fracture to, I believe it's C1, does that interfere possibly with a person's ability to breathe?
It does.
And how does that work?
So if you have a fracture that affects the spinal cord above a certain level, typically above the 3rd cervical vertebrae, it basically removes your ability to initiate breathing on your own. Your 3rd, 4th, and 5th cervical vertebrae, the nerves that lead from there, are the ones that are responsible for telling your diaphragm to go up and down and help you breathe. And so if you lose the ability to send that signal down to your diaphragm, you lose the ability to breathe.
Now, as it relates to your review of the medical records and review of the history, are you aware of the mechanism of the injuries that she suffered that you just described for the jury?
I am.
Tell us what that was, to your knowledge.
That she went out of her 2nd-story window.
And going out of the window, obviously, did she strike the ground, or?
She did.
And that caused the injuries, the mechanism of injury?
Yes, it's consistent with all of her injuries.
Now, with your
All right, hang on, because the recliner detective came in hot. All right, here's recliner detective said she was able to order a protein lunch bowl and send her husband off on errands and schedule her psychotic episode while he was gone. ... I'm not buying it. Good to see you, recliner detective. Please don't feel the need to hold back. You can say whatever you're thinking in this chat. Just didn't know if you were aware of that.
experience,
Here we go.
sir, with, as you indicated, dealing with people in the emergency room and treating people that have been involved with sequential acts of self-harm, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as an emergency board certified physician as to the effect of the combination of the multiple sequential injuries that you saw?
Objection. Can I see counsel at sidebar? I'm just...
I can withdraw it, Judge. I'll withdraw it. Just thank you very much.
Look, here's the deal. He elicited the testimony that's most important in Reddington's mind to proving his case. And therefore, he's like, I don't want to come to sidebar. I'm done. I'll just withdraw it. It's fine.
No questions.
All right.
And she had no question, so there's no even reason. Bruh. Jonah's mom, I don't know how you missed this, but Jonah's mom says, let me read it. In the spirit in which it was, I believe, intended. Whoa. How did I not know that Kevin Reddington is defending Jen McCabe in the civil trial with Karen Reed? How did I miss this? I like him even less now. I don't know how you missed this, Jonah's mom, because I've mentioned it at least 1,100 times. I think we're very fastly approaching the 11 billion mark. Just saying.
All right. Counsel, now could I see it sidebar? Okay.
Kevin Reddington is like, I don't want to go to sidebar. Stop making me go to sidebar. The friendship door is closed. I will say, for the people that don't like Kevin Reddington, I will say, I get it. And they side eye him. I'm inclined. I want to side eye him too because of Jen McCabe. But also at the same time, everybody is entitled to counsel. So there's that. But I will say, I do like the fact that he does let, he does always let them approach sidebar first. I have noticed that. Lulu, Lola, you didn't know either. How did you not know? Don't make me talk at you through my teeth. I've said it like 27, 11 billion times. Are y'all not listening? This is facts on facts on facts. Shmita said, wait, people don't like Reddington? I like him, and I don't like anyone. That last part, I don't like anyone, is facts on facts on facts. Shmita likes like 4 people. 4. Maybe 5. Maybe 5. Yeah, my thing is, I'm not a huge fan of Jen McCabe, okay? I just feel like her biggest issue with Karen Reed is the fact that Karen Reed didn't jump at the chance at the bar to go home with her. Because Jen McCabe tried to get Karen when the guys were left back talking to John O'Keefe. That Jen's like, you come with me. And Karen was like, I'm going to wait for John. I'm going to wait for John. And I think that her whole story about that, it's not that I don't believe that those events didn't happen. It's just that when she was testifying about those events, there was like this underlying tone of messiness about the whole thing. Because I think what she was really trying to do is get Karen away so that, why can't I think of his name? Tess, help me out. Nate, somebody in the chat. Who is it that she was having a little side chatting, side testing, texting on the side with, what's his name? Why can't I think of his name? Help me. Higgins. Thank you, Melissa. I'm sorry, you guys. I'm distracted. I'm just going to tell you what's going on. So, while we were on lunch, okay, my husband tried to FaceTime me, but I didn't. I have my phone on silent because I'm, talking to you guys. And so when I had an opportunity to, I texted him back, and then he called me. And here's the deal. Okay, this has been coming for a little while now. His granny is not doing well. She's been on hospice, and she's very close to the end of her life. And I'm distracted by that. I've known the woman for 31 years. I've known her since I was 18 years old. And obviously she's my husband's granny. And, they are close. And so we have to go to Grand Prairie, I think, tomorrow to say our goodbyes. And maybe because he's trying to get off of work. And I don't know if this is the time of year where it's very difficult to get a day off. Okay. So if I'm distracted, that's why I'm thinking about it. I don't want to make a big deal in the chat, but I just, want you guys to know why I'm buffering extra today. Extra. Anyway, I think the deal with Jen McCabe is this. I think Jen McCabe was being messy. I think she knew about, I think Brian Higgins she had learned about the text conversation that occurred between Karen and Brian Higgins. I think Brian Higgins was salty AF that Karen, basically, you don't break up with me, I break up with you type of deal. You don't blow me off, I blow you off, that kind of situation. He was salty about it. I think he intended to confront John O'Keefe. I think he started to confront John O'Keefe at the bar. I think that Jen McCabe was supposed to get Karen away so the boys could tell him. That's what I think. And I think she was pissed that Karen didn't jump at the chance to be her friend and get in the vehicle with her and go to her house. That she instead decided to I think that Jen McCabe was salty on that night because Karen Reed elected not to go with her. Shamina said, "Are you following the civil case? Seems like Jen may not like Karen Reed now because of all the harassment her and her family suffered due to Karen Reed sending Turtle Boy to harass them." Okay. Listen, I've known who Turtle Boy is and his methods for a very, very long time, way before Karen Reed. Okay. And can I just say that nobody sends Turtle Boy anywhere? Turtle Boy cannot be contained. He cannot be controlled. He cannot be told and directed to do anything. If Jen feels that occurred, right? And I don't want to get into the specifics about that, what I feel, because it doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, nobody made Turtle Boy or pushed Turtle Boy or encouraged Turtle Boy to do anything. Turtle Boy did what he did because he wanted to do it, because he felt a certain type of way about the case against Karen Reed. So that's why I do believe when I say the Jen McCabe, her testimony in the criminal trial both times was tainted with a level of saltiness that Karen Reed didn't jump at the chance to get in the car and be part of the group.
Jury, I told you it was going to be stop and start, right? So we're going to stop now, but we're going to stop now the day for you. I'm going to come back. I'm going to talk to counsel about setting some things up.
We're stopping.
Tomorrow. All right, so tomorrow the plan would be, hopefully we'll start right at 9 or right as close as we can. And we'd hope to have a pretty full day in regards to the witnesses. All right, so I'm going to excuse you till tomorrow at 9. I'm going to remind you.
They're excused.
Don't talk about this case. Don't read anything about it or anything about any similar cases. Don't do any research. Don't listen to anything. Don't post anything.
No, Karen, you haven't missed anything.
Right? So I'm going to ask you to follow those instructions again. I'm going to give you those questions, and I hope you have a nice evening. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Okay?
I do want to know if there is going to be a voir dire after this, and here's why. Because after the state rested its case in chief, okay, there was a discussion held. The jurors were dismissed. Then there was a discussion held between the judge, the lawyers, the prosecution, and the defense about this TikTok lady who has a government name, and they're going to say her government name. I just can't remember right now what it is. Anywho, and the state was waiting on some personnel records or some kind of records from McLean, and then so the judge left it like, okay, well, if all the I's are dotted and all the T's are crossed by this afternoon, then we can do voir dire. Otherwise, we're going to have to hold it off until, tomorrow being Tuesday. So I'm wondering if that's where they're going to get, if that's what they're going to get into now. Are we going to get the tickety talker voir dire?
Hey, Counsel, I see you sidebar just really in regards to tomorrow.
What?
Not very long.
Let's see what happens. Hold on, we'll go live. They haven't ended the session, so I'm not sure exactly what's going on. Listen, and I'll say this to be fair, okay, with respect to Turtle Boy. While I appreciate his enthusiasm and wanting to put the word out and bring awareness to what he views as a miscarriage of justice, I understand that. I have felt that way about a very specific case. You all know what it is. We don't need to talk about it 50, 1100, 11 billionth time. Okay. You know what it is. It is, there are methods that he has employed that I do not agree with. That I want to make clear. So I can get behind being vocal and wanting to bring awareness to a case where you feel there has been a miscarriage of justice, somebody who's being railroaded, somebody who has an actual innocence claim. That I understand. I just I don't agree with the methods that he employed at times. And I didn't even know that happened, Teacup Crack. Like, I haven't kept up with the civil trial for Karen Reed because usually I like to wait until the trial happens. I don't keep up with all the beginning procedures because there's other trials I'm covering that are happening live right at that time. So sometimes it's hard for me to keep up with the preliminary hearings. But Teacup Kraken says Higgins tried to have Microdots arrested. Wow. That's crazy talk. Shamina, you don't like Mr. Alessi? What? What? Or are you talking about Alan Jackson and I can't even think of what is wrong with me. Hold on a minute. Now I got to Google because I'm an idiot and my brain is not working today. David Yannetti, my bad. Mr. Yannetti. I couldn't think of his name. Is that who you're talking about? Because I don't know. So we're at a sidebar. Are we done for the day? What is happening? I want to be patient just in case. I'm not broken. It hurts my heart though, because I find Robert Alessi to be beyond reproach. I think he is extremely ethical. I think he's extremely intelligent. And I think that when it comes to questioning a witness, whether it's a witness for him or it's cross-examining a witness, I think Alessi, again, 10 out of 10 would recommend. And in that spirit, where is it? Right here. I do enjoy Alessi. I mean, look at him. Just look. How could you not? He's just my favorite. He really is. And then on the other side, we have my other favorite for completely opposite reasons is Dick Harpootlian. I don't know why. I just absolutely enjoy the hell out of Dick Harpootlian, which, there's something about the way that right? The way that he's kind of a little curmudgeon, but he does it in a voice that to me reminds me of Foghorn Leghorn. Like, Yana, I said, Yana, this man sitting over here at the defense table is innocent, I tells you. Becky, it's that. There's something about Dick Harpootlian that I enjoy him. I can't help it. What? Teacup Kraken says, I went to Barnes and Noble a little bit ago, and there was a small table with half a dozen copies of Blizzard of Lies. It was near the religious studies section, nowhere near true crime. What? What a load of poop. Jonah's mom said, don't forget about your other favorite, Mr. J. I do like Mr. J. And you know what I appreciate about the most about Mr. J? What I really appreciated about Mr. J is, there are times when adults are murdered that they are not, quote unquote, I mean, they're human, right? So obviously no human is without flaws. There's no real, aside from children, right? There's no such thing as what is a perfect victim. Everybody has a past. What is it Phaedra Parks used to say? Every saint has a past and every sinner has a future. Yeah, that. Hold on.
Will be marked for identification.
So for me, what I truly appreciated about Mr. J was the way that he handled himself during the Sarah Boone trial. Owens pulled a lot of bullshittery. He really did. And he handled that with class. But what I was most impressed about was the way that he kept reminding the jury that even if you believe Sarah Boone and that George had been abusive, physically abusive in the past to her, he did not deserve to die by positional asphyxiation because he got into a suitcase, she zipped it up and then wouldn't let him out. And that part that he kept hammering that home to the jury, that impressed me. It impressed me that he fought so hard for George. Melissa says, I feel Mr. J fought harder for George and not Maddie. Okay. Are you talking about because they allowed Stephen Stearns to plead guilty and he escaped the death penalty? Is that why I feel like actually that is the epitome of Mr. J fighting hard for Maddie. First of all, in the first trial was the CSAM trial. Those videos, those pictures of Maddie would have been shown to the jury. And guess who's sitting at that defense table? The perpetrator, giving, exposing Maddie once again, right? Because the jury has to see those videos and those photographs, right? And all right. So then there's that, but also because he is the defendant, he has an opportunity to look at those, which also gives him the opportunity to relive what he did to that little girl. Okay. And make no mistake about it. And I'm not saying this to you as if you're making a mistake. This is what pisses me off about Stephen Stearns. Not only did he take her life, but he made every day of her life from the time she was 8 years old until the last day when he killed her a living hell and torturous. That's it. That's all. I have no patience for that. And Melissa said, I would have accepted guilty, pleading no contest to murdering her. That wasn't Mr. J. That was the judge. The judge allowed that. And the fact is, they allowed it, quite frankly, because it was a means to an end. He is guilty. He will never, ever get out of prison. He will never get out of prison. Ever. And he will never have the opportunity to victimize another child ever again. He's exactly where he belongs. And I know that that was difficult, very difficult for Mr. J to do. But if he would have fought on that one thing, then again, we go back to having to go through the trial. So there was the CSAM trial, and then there was going to be the actual murder trial. So I don't fault him for that. I mean, I appreciate your opinion, and I'm not like, but that I see it very differently than you do, and that's okay.
Those are being pounded.
We're allowed to do that.
All right. Thank you, counsel.
That's it.
All right. Anything else?
What? You made me
we should
sit here
address
for
before
this?
tomorrow morning, Commonwealth?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Reddington? All right. So I appreciate everybody's patience and work on this morning and this afternoon. So we'll be in recess on this matter till 9 o'clock tomorrow. Thank
All
you.
right, peace out. So we're in recess until tomorrow. And Melissa, I don't want you to think I was coming. Look, I'm just going to tell you this is the deal. You know, there's a lot of stuff that has recently come to light surrounding that case that are not about the case, but they're tangential interactions, YouTube, all the things, right? If you know, you know. If you don't know, you're better off not knowing it. I'm just going to leave it there. And there are some things that I've learned in the last couple of days around that whole situation that have left me feeling some type of fucking way. Okay? And not in a good way at all. Like I feel angrier today than I did when I spoke about it on Allie's channel, the Real Talk with Alex Erickson, or with Alex. I feel differently about that. I feel differently now that I have new information. And that is why my tone is significantly harsher today than if you had made that comment 2 days ago, right? If we were talking about this on Friday, I probably wouldn't have such a harshness to my tone. And it's frustrating for me because I'm torn because I did speak about it publicly on Allie's channel, right? But I also think that enough people have spoken out about it that I don't really feel like I need to, I don't think I could bring anything to the table that hasn't already been said like 73 or 5 times over. So it's frustrating for me because do I speak on it? Do I not speak on it? You know, because well, yeah, there's some new, maybe it's not new information. Maybe I should put it like this. It's new to me information. There's some, I still meant what I said originally. I absolutely 1000% do not agree with the subterfuge that was used to communicate with Stephen Stearns. I do not agree that, and I also don't agree with, or I guess I can't understand how a person would think that conversing with him would result in anything in the vicinity of the fucking truth. I just don't get that. And so it's not new information, I guess, in the scheme of things, but I think but for me, it is new information. And I don't know the person, and I'm very conflicted about how I feel about it. And I'm clearly agitated and feeling some type of way. And that is like the worst time, I think, for me to speak on anything, because I'm liable to say something out of that emotion that I might later regret the harshness of. Maybe not the sentiment behind it, but the harshness of it, how it comes out. And so that's how I feel today. I don't want to participate. I'm not interested in participating in any kind of, dog pile. And it's not really my style. It's not what I use my channel for, to talk about issues surrounding true crime cases by other content creators. It's not that I don't think that's a worthy thing to talk about. It's just it's something I've never really utilized my channel for. It doesn't mean I can't change my mind. I'm allowed to change my mind any damn time I want to. But hey, Amanda Vida, good to see you, babe. Amanda Vida, good to see you. It's been a long time. Thank you, Nate, for gifting a chili. It's just when you have an impression or an idea of the context of the conversation through email, and then you later find out, and then you give an opinion based on that, and then you later find out more, and that the context of the conversations, of the content of some of the conversations in that email exchange are not that, I'm allowed to change my mind. I'm allowed to be pissed if I want to be. I'm not asking anybody's permission for that. I'm just saying, but I also don't want to, I'm not going to get on we're handling it at the end of the day. If I wanted to, I could put this video on private and edit it out right now, as soon as I end the live. I'm not trying to, I'm just having it's something I learned this morning. It happened. I'm like, that it's that recent. And so I just feel some type of way about it. And then we're talking about Mr. J, who also was part of the Madeline Soto case. And I feel some type of way about it. And I'm not going to apologize for that. Oh, Amanda's. We're going to be, okay. So after the Lindsay Clancy trial has reached its conclusion, thank you for changing the subject. I needed it. We're going to, I am going to cover the Tupac trial. So I will be behind. I'm not going to start it from however much longer the Clancy trial takes to reach its conclusion. I will start with day one of Tupac. Okay. So, because I want to see all the things. And so that's the next trial that I'm going to cover. Now, with everything happening in my own, personally, with my granny-in-law, I don't know if he's going to be able to get off of work, but I'll tell you, I'm not going to leave you guys hanging. Okay. As soon as I know, I will make a post. All right. And let you guys know whether I'll be streaming tomorrow. If I can't stream tomorrow, there will be a makeup day, Saturday school. And while we won't watch it in the same way, we're not going to watch all, we'll watch it, in a shortened, abridged version. We'll watch the testimony together that I missed, only because, yeah, of course I could watch it by myself, but I'd rather watch it with you guys. So there's that. All right. Yeah, I feel some type of way. Amanda says, I've been a stand for too long. I can't believe this case is being heard. Right? We're having Saturday school. Y'all come with me and be the Breakfast Club. Don't you forget about me. Don't. All right. We're having Saturday school if I can't stream tomorrow. Okay. Anyway, you guys have a fantastic rest of your Monday afternoon. And I will let you guys know what the deal is for tomorrow. Okay. So keep your eye out on my community tab. All right. All right. I appreciate everybody being here. Thank you so much. If you haven't done so already, please give your girl thumbs up, thumbs down, whichever you feel like. I leave it to your discretion. And I'll talk to y'all later. All right. Thank you to the mods. I appreciate everybody. All right. Y'all take it easy. Oh, wait, hold on. This is not going to be appropriate. I need it because we had Sarah Boone. I forgot about this. I just now remembered. I don't want to play my outro on this. Okay. All right, you guys. Have a great rest of your afternoon, and I'll see you guys later. Bye.